Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis, alongside our MVP, Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Somebody took the sign.
Somebody took the sign.
We've got another beautiful day
on
tap for all those fans joining us here at the track and all of you tuning in. Certainly appreciate that. Coming off a nice start to the race week. And again, we're fast and firm. Turf rail set at 48 feet this racing week. So we've got 8 thoroughbred races, and we'll close with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. That at 6:15. We kick off a 9-race card at 2:10 under sunny skies. And as Macy predicted on yesterday's edition of Wire to Wire, Macy Tetrick and WRTV6 warming up as the week goes on.
We are warming up as the week goes on. And, you know, I woke up this morning. I have to get my daughter on the bus. 46 degrees. I want to let you guys know at 6:30 this morning. So even though it's 76 and sunny, this is just the theme of the year. Mother Nature likes to trick us because you're thinking it is, but you know, just for the future days of turf, I want to go ahead and lay the groundwork now that it is cold at night, just for the record. But yes, a very beautiful day and a wonderful projected forecast as well.
I think we've certainly have a good week on tap for all of you today with the 9-race program, including the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. It's an all maiden Turf Pick 3 today to navigate for our racing handicappers here today. Contest-wise, we'll talk about that in just a sec. After the weather segment, Beat the Bot, AI Allen back to take a crack at beating some of you sharp horse players.
You did well last week.
Whether those joining us on track or all of you online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. By the way, cheers to each and every one of the 84 players in yesterday's Dooley's Legends contest. Congratulations to Paul Steffen picking up the weekly $100 top prize in Monday's edition of Dooley's Legends all season long. But today it's Beat the Bot, and today it's sunny skies. Fast and firm for the official race day forecast. Let's head downtown. A lot of traffic on 65 North, Macy. Not that it's your issue, but certainly for all of us that head back that way after the races. Weather-wise, certainly looks nice today. Macy Tetrick, what's your forecast?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Things are very pleasant once again this afternoon and this evening. We might start to notice a few more clouds mixing in, but generally we are dry and it's going to be very nice with temperatures in the mid-70s, so just a little bit warmer than we were yesterday. As we get to the end of the week, well, we'll start to see temperatures warming through the 80s and possibly even pushing the 90-degree mark as we look to Friday, and all the while, lots of sunshine. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy Tetrick at WRTV6. Cheers for the forecast. Walking on sunshine here. Racing Rachel.
Yeah, beautiful.
Back on Wire to Wire. Again, fast and firm turf rail set at 48 feet. Going back to yesterday's card. Again, some very nice victories, including a feature race win by a horse that came in from Saratoga, taking out the feature there for Will Walden under Nick Juarez. But we've got Fernando de la Cruz topping the jockeys leaderboard. And also it's getting close between Randy Klopp and John Harron. They're right there. And Gennaro Garcia, win by win. He's also drawing in, vying for a 6th training title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Yeah, we have some really contentious jockeys standings and trainer standings. The top, I think 6 of the top 10 in the jockey standings, Tammy reported, have all won leading jockey titles in the past. So definitely keep your eye on the top jocks. See what happens.
Speaking of top jocks, 20th all time in North America. Talking about Deshaun Parker back here last racing week. It was his first mount back. Of course, he'd been riding last month, not only in West Virginia, but also in Ohio, by the way. Simulcast horse players stand by for race 1 from Thistledown. They're on some type of delay there in Cleveland, Ohio. Speaking, of course, the Browns losing to the Bengals in the Battle of Ohio on Sunday, and a great comeback win last night by the Vikings. But speaking of comebacks, Deshaun Parker back in the winner's circle here this season on board Zapping It. You had a chance to talk to DP, one of our faves.
Yeah, I went back there, and we can show you that now, but we just really want to pump up that Deshaun's back, and he's fit and ready to go. All right, so tell me how it feels to be back.
Oh man, it's great. It's great. I'm definitely happy to be back to see you, Rachel. So that's the main thing.
I know. I'm so glad to see your face again. You make me so happy. So what's it feel like?
I mean, it's good. I mean, it's hard to get back fit, but honestly, I feel, every day better and better. So I mean, really is getting really good.
I know, and Jimmy was telling me, and he was like, he's winning at these other tracks, and now you're back here, so I'm glad.
So hopefully I can get more mounts, so let everybody know that I'm back and I'm ready and I'm fit. So put me on some horses.
That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, Deshaun Parker, great to have you back with us here at the track. Terrific to see Rachel, you catching up with certainly one of our favorites and a fan favorite.
He's the
Over
best.
6,200 career victories, 20th all time in North America. When you start talking about Deshaun Parker, and great to see him get that victory with zapping it here the other day.
Yeah, for sure. Deshaun, he's just such a green flag, wonderful guy, stand-up dude, fun to hang out with. Just so glad to see him back here. And yeah, just want to get the word out to he worked his butt off and he's back fit and ready to go.
I've never been to the West Coast, never been to Seattle. Want to go one day, and of course, Emerald Downs, a beautiful racetrack there with Mount Rainier, as a backdrop for that racing just outside of Seattle, Emerald Downs. Of course, Nathan Klein, who was our University of Arizona racetrack program intern this past summer. Nathan spent the weekend there at Emerald Downs, and he was also here to call Skibbity Riz a couple of starts ago. John Harron's right there vying for his 600th career victory.
Yeah.
No report whether Nathan picked up a Ford truck from Hubler Ford and is driving back here to call Skibbity Riz, but I haven't seen Nathan just yet. But Skibbity Riz
Yeah,
is on the
in
back
today.
of it there.
Yeah, I've been trying to catch this horse. He entered him, I think, last week. Ended up scratching him because something happened. I think that was more of a transportation thing, but went back this morning. Nathan is on it. No, not shockingly at all. But Nathan texted me and told me he was in on the 9th. So this morning I got here and spent less time on my hair and makeup so I could love on Skibbity Riz. He literally is the sweetest boy. I have more that I'll show you guys later, but he's a cutie and he's so sweet, and he like snuggled with me. I stood beside him and kind of interviewed him, and he is just really he's got a face for television. Look at that. See, he likes girls. I think we should get a girl jockey on him because he definitely is a ladies' man. So
I can relate.
I know.
Rachel,
lovable.
Rachel does the same thing to me before the pre-race show.
I do. That's why you love me so much. But yeah, he is in the 7th race, the 1. He's 31. It's a tough spot. The assistant, I think it was John's assistant, was talking to me about it, but he was like, "Get a treat, woman. Why don't you have a peppermint?" I will fix that. I promise. Next time I come back, Skibbity. But he went ultra viral, you guys. There's a site that Nathan shared that it went out on YouTube to not even horse racing sites, but some of these YouTube channels that kind of follow this kind of thing. There's also a horse girl cartoon or anime that got really into it, and
he's popular.
Yeah, he's very popular outside of horse racing. As Nathan has pointed out, some guy with 4 million followers talked about him and played Nathan's call. So excited to see what Skip. I had to just put him in my try for, just because I love him. What a cute guy. So we'll see how he runs today in the 7th. It's an allowance entry level, and I think we've got a scratch of the 6th in there. So he's got 7 horses to go up against, and the 4 is the morning light favorite, Carl with a gnarl, which does look pretty tough, coming off a win. But Skibbity's back here, and I think he's going to like that.
He started here. He has a win here. He certainly knows the region because he's not afraid to travel up to Hawthorne and tackle horses up there on the south side, and then back here. And as I mentioned, John Harron on the cusp of his 600th career victory. Had a couple of horses in yesterday. Didn't get to that mark, but certainly soon for John Harron, trainer of Skibbity Riz, vying for another win at the meet as John Harron looks to tie at the top Randy Klopp. Vying for the training title here this season in 2025. You start talking about Champions Day here. It's next month at the end of October. John, why are you talking about Champions Day? Well, just in a few weeks, we got Hoosier Day. That's the prelude to Indiana Champions Day here coming up right at the top of next month. And to look at the lineup, $600,000 in those handicap purses, those premier races, including the spelling correct 2, Much Coffee, the Piedi Bianchi, the Circle City, the Back Home Again. Plus, we're going to have contests sponsored by the Indiana HBPA. Chance at that $2,500 Hoosier Day Legends contest. We certainly thank the Indiana HBPA for a contest on one of the big days of the season, Hoosier Day, in the run-up to Indiana Champions Day at the end of October.
Yes, be sure to join us on October 1st. Look at all those handicaps and the $2,500 handicapping contest.
Speaking of handicap races, let's crack on really too quickly here on the pre-race show. Before we get to Brian Aragoni in the B block, we've got a couple of nice handicap races tomorrow. We start talking about Hoosier Day, Indiana Champions Day. How about the Hoosier Heartland here tomorrow, the 7th, followed by race 8. That's the Empire. A couple of premier races here on Hump Day.
Yeah, just real quick before we send it to B, the full field of 12. Definitely a nice race. This is the Hoosier Heartland, a mile and a 16th on the dirt, 3-year-old and up. And the 3 Imagine the Moon, a 5-year-old mare trained by Tony Duran, bred, owned and trained by Rancho Monarca. Coming off a winning allowance, was 4th in the checkered flag and won the the Shelby County. Some nice horses in there. And then also the 8th race is the 25th running of the Empire, a mile and a 16th. These are Indiana sired, and these guys are really nice. I think Tiana's horse, Forever Greedy, has a good chance at 10-1 there, but the favorite, again, the 4. Who's your daddy now, baby?
Is that
John
Marcelino?
Langemeyer
Yeah,
and
Marcelino.
Marcelino.
They
Yep,
made a good
who's
partnership.
really ridden this one predominantly for his career, so they know each other really well. So a couple of nice handicaps tomorrow, so be back to join us for some good racing. Jimmy Mack, me, B, will all be going over our selections. You'll have plenty of handicapping advice tomorrow. And speaking of handicapping advice,
Wednesday, Thursday, post time 2:10. No live racing here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Before we get to our commercial break, big sponsors this year: Woodford Reserve, Tequila, Aradora, Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales, the Winter Circle sponsor. You can reach out to them each and every racing day here at the track. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. 765-361-8803. Topeboard starting gate sponsor, that's B&H Electric. They've got locations in town. Seymour, Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. And had Nathan Klein taken my advice, just dropped Rachel's name and went to Indiana Giant Hubler, Nathan Klein would be back here today in his Ford truck to call Skibbity Riz, but alas. But you can certainly visit Indiana Giant Hubler, locations in Shelbyville and Franklin. They're on the web. Just drop Racing Rachel's name, drivehubler.com. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. On social media, mentioned this morning, not only about the track condition, but how thrilled Eric Hallstrom and Brian Aragoni about that Vikings comeback win with their rookie quarterback, redshirted last year. Over Dub Bears. Racing Rachel's
Don't
on
say
X,
that. I
at
got in
Racing
trouble.
Rachel Lab. Martha Clausen. How's Martha doing? She had that laryngitis yesterday.
she's doing good, and she's gonna. I offered to do the race today, but she said she's feeling a lot better.
Trooper, quarter horse maiden dash to close out the card over the 300 yards. Martha's on X. So too Brian Aragoni, Mr. B analyst, one of those longtime Viking fans, along with our vice president and general manager Eric Hallstrom. Track-wise, we got you covered. Also on X, on Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. During the first block, we had Macy Tetrick, WRTV6, joining us talking about the weather forecast. More sunny skies here. Looks like temperatures warm up as we go through the course of the day into Wednesday, Thursday card to wrap up this race week. We are fast and firm. Turf rail set at 48 feet this race week. Quick commercial break here on the Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. When the pre-race show returns, the B block, Mr. Vikings himself, back with Brian Aragoni right after this. That was a great win last night.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are set for a Tuesday of racing on a beautiful Tuesday. Thankful to be back on that turf course again on a firm turf with that rail setting at 48 feet. Very excited analyst today after J.J. McCarthy and those bikes looked almost as good as Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. Maybe a couple of comeback players of the year between J.J. McCarthy and Daniel Jones. We'll see how it shakes out. both with stiff competition. Always wishing those Colts fans the best of luck as they head to Denver next week. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here as we kick off race number 1, about 23 minutes away. Plenty of scratches in the opener, but those will be pretty much the only scratches of the day. 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11 out of this event. 2-year-old state-bred fillies going 5.5 furlongs. We kicked off the card yesterday with 2-year-olds going at 4.5. We'll have a 4.5 furlong race in race number 2. Do not fear if you love those 4.5. But I'm going to lean into the horses with experience in here. Not believing that the first-time starters are going to run well. In fact, one of them's even money on the board was Sweet Janelise. I just think there's a lot more upside to the horses with experience in this group. Ban could be any sort in here. Gennaro Garcia, second-time starter, he wins at 12%. Imperial Merlot is a horse who is incredibly fast, but probably needs that 4.5 furlongs. This 2-year-old filly has shown an ability to stop, and she did behave better in the gate last time out. I noted on debut she acted up in the gate, and she broke sharp, and then she just didn't show any finish. Last time she was more well-behaved, more settled in the gate. She broke well again. She actually opened up more than she did initially, and then faded even worse. We'll see if Imperial Merlot can use that speed to her advantage today. You've got Miss Candy Pop, Antonio Duran, Rodney Prescott. Prescott going to be aboard despite being beaten by a city block last time out, finishing 11th place in a 12-horse field with the blinkers going on. You got a veteran rider who's staying aboard. Certainly doesn't need to, but he's going to stay aboard Miss Candy Pop. 3, 4, 5, 7 for me in race number 1. 4.5 furlongs. This is a conniption for me. I'm not in love with 4.5 furlongs as the distance. 2-year-olds, a big guessing game in this spot. I'm guessing that War Spirit is going to go off heavily favored. Steve Asmussen, $500,000. Now, if you pay $500,000 for a horse, it's probably not ideal to go 4.5 furlongs for a $500,000 horse. That probably wasn't the plan. Maybe the Triple Crown, maybe some graded stakes races. I don't know of many graded stakes races that go 4.5 furlongs. But this 2-year-old debuted at Ellis Park, showed speed, didn't show much finish, and then really regressed the second time out between July 4th and August 22nd. Didn't get into the race really ever at all, and I didn't see any significant trouble. The blinkers go on. BC Stables has owned this horse throughout despite switching training duties in here. They break from the inside. Which War Spirit are you going to get? I'm going to bank that we can potentially beat this horse somewhere around 1 to 5. 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs. Anything can happen. And if War Spirit breaks a little bit slow from the rail, they could have some trouble. Turn and Run is a horse who showed one decent workout that I watched and then one that wasn't so great. You've also got a couple of others in here. What about Cat Spirit on the outside? 12 to 1. Gennaro Garcia Gutierrez, who's been an apprentice rider and he's been winning at a great rate. He gets a 7-pound weight break in here. In fact, this 2-year-old gelding is going to carry, upwards of 10 pounds less than many in this field. 110 versus 120. Usually I don't pay attention to weights all that often as a hefty guy myself, usually not stepping on the scale that frequently, and don't pay attention to 3 or 4 pounds here or there for 1,200-pound animals. But when you've got 2-year-old fillies, 2-year-old geldings, you got some boys and some girls, 10 pounds could make a big difference. This horse has experience, has speed in the past, took some action, in fact, burned some money along the way, went off at 2 to 1, and then went off at 8 to 5. Second time out, has been given time off. I think there's upside with Cat Spirit in here in a big way. We'll spread out in race number 2 to kick off that $1 minimum, pick 4. Race number 3, another maiden special weight event in here. If you love maidens in the manner that I do, today is your day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 1 mile the distance, 2-year-olds, scratch number 7, Thousands of Hope. Out of this event, I'm going to key in on 2 horses in here, the 6 and the 9. Athletic Like, 8 to 1, Manny Esquivel, Cody Rosine, and Arabia Wild. Brad Cox, a second-time starter. If they usually don't win on debut, I'm usually not betting back when it comes to Brad Cox. But if the numbers suggest it, like they do, second time out wins at 28%. This is a horse who in a 6-horse field surprisingly did not go off. The favorite, Nick the Quick, did. Who I believe is also a stablemate of Brad Cox. But Arabia Wild completely blew the start, quickly recovered, and then moved up on the backside, galloped out well, and in my opinion was a big race after the slow start. Nick the Quick was well-meant firster that day, won rather easily. The time came back pretty lively as well, 140.36. Arabia Wild could be any sort in here. And then Athletic Light, Cody Rosine and Novogratz Racing Stables, connections that you'll see them at the fall meet over at Keeneland. You'll also see them up in Minnesota at Canterbury Park. Manny Esquivel going to be aboard Athletic Light, who's been training consistently at Chicago. Interesting that they ship here. We'll see if Athletic Light could be any sort. 6-9 in race number 3. Race number 4, we move to the turf course for the first of 3 times today. We kick off not only the Late Fire 5, which is 11.99% takeout each and every day, but also the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick. It's been a hit, 15% takeout. It's the 3 turf races. Races 4, 6, and 8, scratch number 5, and 12, 13, 14, and 15 out of this event. I think it's one of the better betting races of the day. Now, granted, you do have 2-year-olds maiden claiming, many of them trying the turf for the first time, many stretching out for the first time. It's a wide-open race in here. You've got some first-time starters in Pied Piper, Fernando de la Cruz, and Brad Cox, and then Psalmist, who's been training consistently as a homebred for Windstar Farms. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be calling the shots. First-time starters, debuting for a tag, not always something that I'm fascinated with or by. I think Homepage at 20-1 is going to take some action. A horse that they thought was good enough to debut over at Kentucky Downs for $163,000. In fact, they ran on opening day. Make what you want of it. The horse went off at 120-1. Gets a ton of class relief today. Puts the blinkers on, and Orlando Mojica, a very good jockey on the turf. A great, great betting race, but truly a guessing game in the 4th as we kick off the Horseshoe Hat Trick and that Late Fire 5. The Atoba Pick 4 begins in race number 5. If you love horizontals in the manner that I do, 8 of them will go to the gate, 1 mile and a 16th on a fast main track. And this is a race that there's plenty of ways you can take it. You can go very deep and try and beat Sleepy, or you can lean into Sleepy. Now, I am absolutely fearful of Fervent Prayer at 10-1 and Dreaming Bro. Those are 2 horses that are going to be big separators. And if you're looking to single elsewhere, maybe you're going to single the 1 in race number 2 or somewhere else. I think the 7 and 8 are horses that you absolutely want to use. But Sleepy is just a horse who, despite being a one-time winner, has really run some monster races. This horse was dueled into complete submission on July 3rd, Indiana Derby weekend. They went sub-22, sub-45, was beaten as the 4-5 favorite. Ran admirably, and then came back August 18th in a huge effort, fighting on gamely right through the line, got nailed by El Michiano, who went from last to first. So Sleepy did all the heavy lifting on the front end, won the battle, but ultimately lost the war. Now, none of them are really bred, at least in my opinion, to love added distance. That's a question mark. I think Sleepy can track, has shown the ability to relax. I'm not going to say push button, but can relax or come from off the pace in here. 3-year-old by Keen Ice should be able to handle 2 turns, but it's really a guessing game. Fervent Prayer does have a win around 2 turns, as does Dreaming Bro. That's the advantage. However, I just think Sleepy is the best horse in this group. You've got our leading trainer, Randy Klopp, Luis Contreras teaming up a single at 2-1 on Sleepy, who hopefully keeps us awake and alive in that Late Fire 5. Is the hammer time coming in all 4 sequences: the early pick 5, the early pick 4, the Late Fire 5, and the late pick 5. So if Sleepy doesn't win the 5th race, please watch out, because I will be heading to the ATM to refill that bank account and make sure that I can get some money for those rolling daily doubles and those nice turf races that we have on the back end of the card. 15 minutes away from the opener on another beautiful Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Certainly wish you the best of luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Another beautiful one here in the Hoosier State. Sunny skies through the 80s. 9-race card. Main track is fast. Turf course rated firm. Turf rail this week set out there on that Caesars course at 48 feet. We are fast and firm under sunny skies. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Maiden Juvenile Fillies sprint to start. Kicks off the 50-cent early pick 5 at the top of a 9-race card. Scratch number 1, Prayer Unbridled. The 2, Timeless Justice. Scratch 9, Suchi's Song. 10, Relentless Chick. And scratch number 11, Justice on the Rail. Scratch the 1, 2, 9, 10, and the number 11. Number 4, Bebecita, 1 pound over, the listed program weight, in the Maiden Juvenile Fillies Sprint Opener. Race 2, another Maiden Juvenile Dash. Start here the $1 early pick 4. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 2, Turn and Run. And number 5, Frosted Warrior. Part of the ownership is Kyle Hampton's Trifecta Thoroughbreds LLC. Note the principal of record, Kyle Hampton, Trifecta Thoroughbreds LLC, ownership of record for the 2 and the number 5, those newcomers. Number 6, Silver Wishes, 2 pounds over, the listed program weight, all 8 run. On to the third we go. Here in this maiden juvenile, over the mile. Scratch number 7, Thousands of Hopes. Number 7, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched. Turning to the fourth. First of 3 on the turf course. Start here at the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Scratch number 5, JR Sweet Feet. 12 Off the Dock. Take out 13, Jock Frost. Scratch number 14, Wadu, and the 15, Fight the Power. Number 11, Lufkin, draws in. Lufkin, the number 11, will run. Scratch the 5, 12, through the number 15 from the Maiden Juvenile Turf Mile. Following that one, race 5 at 4:14, all 8 start. No changes in the 5th of 9 carded. On to the 6th race we go. In this maiden turf, scratch number 3, King Hazelton. Take out number 11, Old Trace. Scratch 13, Decatur Street. 14, Incredible. Scratch 15, TCAC. And the 16, Nico's Derby Run. Number 12, Patronage, draws in. Patronage, number 12, will run. Number 7, Ragtree, a jockey change for that 7-race maiden to Alex Achard. Will ride the son of Union Rags for Brittany Vandenberg. Alex Achard picks up the call on the 7, Ragtree, in the maiden turf. In race 7, scratch from the mile, number 6, For Your Pleasure. Number 6, For Your Pleasure, has been scratched. Race 7 over the mile. Back to the turf of the 8th. And in the maiden distaff turf mile, scratch number 9, Swift B, and number 11, Quibble, was entered as a main track only. Number 12, Fifth Wheel, draws in, and the jockey will be Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos on 12, Fifth Wheel, scratch 9 and number 11. While number 1, Lavish Justice, is 1 pound over the listed program weight there. Closing the card, race 9, a maiden quarter horse dash over the 300 yards. Fast track for the finale. Scratch the 6, Ainsley's Joyride. Number 11, Stolen Treasure, draws in. Will break from post 6 and a jockey change to Brian Hollingsworth. Brian Hollingsworth on 11, Stolen Treasure, breaks from post position number 6. Scratch the 6, Ainsley's Joyride, and number 4, Political Lies, plus 3 pounds. Beautiful one. Sunny skies through the 80s. Main track fast. We have the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3 on those maidens. Course rated firm, turf rail at 48 feet. Horses in the walking ring for the Maiden Juvenile Fillies Sprint Opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 with the low 11.99% takeout. 9 minutes away from the first of 9. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge, Brandy Bell, with a call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Starting the card with a maiden juvenile filly sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6 on parade. Scratch the 1, Prayer Unbridled. 2, Timeless Justice. Take out the 9, Suchi Song. 10, Relentless Chick. And scratch 11, Justice on the Rail. Scratch the 1, 2, 9, 10, and the number 11. Main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail set at 48 feet out there on the Caesars course. It's the first of 9. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Closer to post time. Fast and firm. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 at hand. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Miss Candy Pop. 10-1 on the daughter of Notional. The first of 6 in, Miss Candy Pop. Now Bebecita. Joseph Romero claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance with 29 career wins. Here's Imperial Merlot. Joe Ramos with 58 wins at the meet. Imperial Merlot, 7-5, the first favorite. Anthony Zaloa. Sweet Jana Elise making her bow. Sweet Jana Elise has taken her position in the starting gate. That leaves 2 back. Santo Sanjor with Band Band. The daughter of Isother made her bow here. Band Band. Imperial Merlot, now even money on the first favorite, Imperial Merlot. Band Band given a 15-1 chance. At 5.5 furlongs here for the first. The first of 9. Bam Band's got all in. One more, Alex Ashard. Wilmus Touch Me Not, one of the 2 first-time starters. At 5.5 furlongs. And that was Wilmus Touch Me Not, who reared up and back of the starting gate. Jockey Alex Ashard back to his feet. Starter Ray Kuick trotting over. They're starting to back the fillies out to the starting gate, and the stewards are calling the phone. Late scratch on the 8, Little Miss Touch Me Not, who reared up and flipped him back of the starting gate and now ordered scratch by the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, right there at the 5.5 furlong start, ordering the scratch of the 8, Little Miss Touch Me Not. Per the stewards, upon veterinarian advice, all wagers here on 8, Little Miss Touch Me Not. Refunds due. Still time to make any alternate wagers should you choose on this maiden juvenile filly sprint. Top of a 9-race card. Scratch the 8, Little Miss Touch Me Not. Here comes another late scratch on the 7 Bam Band. Another filly now withdrawn. Like the 8 Little Miss Touch Me Not, all wagers on 7 Bam Band. Now refunds due. Scratch 7 Bam Band. 8 Little Miss Touch Me Not from the first. After a couple late scratches, Bam Band and Little Miss Touch Me Not, 7 and the 8 late scratches, no superfecta wagering. All superfecta wagers to be refunded. Scratch the 7 and 8, refunding all superfecta bets. With Rodney Prescott, Miss Candy Pop, the first of now 4, back into the starting gate. Joseph Romero with Bebecita rejoins Miss Candy Pop. Now Imperial Merlot, 1-2 the first favorite. Joe Ramos for Tony Cunningham. Imperial Merlot back in. Late scratches on 7 Bam Band and 8 Little Miss Touch Me Not, so one more. André Zaloa, Sweet Jana Elise. Now the one first-time starter, Sweet Jana Elise. Imperial Merlot, 1-2 the first favorite. Sweet Jana Elise. 7 and 8 late scratches. Non-runners 7 and 8. They track fast under sunny skies. Here comes the first. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Bebecito sharply away. Quickly engaged by Miss Candy Pop with the white helmet there for Rodney Prescott. Miss Candy Pop and Bebecita after a sharp start right there for Joseph Romero as Joe Ramos sends Imperial Merlot up on the outside of those fillies, making this dash past the half-mile pole. And with André Zaloa, the first-time starter, Sweet Jana Elise, trails the quartet left here in the Tuesday opener. They round the far turn, 3 furlongs to go. 22.41 lead seconds, Imperial Merlot. Imperial Merlot blasting toward the quarter pole on a widening 7-length lead from Bebecita with Sweet Jana Elise. Bebecita is now back into third, and after showing speed, Miss Candy Pop is last. As these maiden two-year-old fillies come for home, it's Imperial Merlot with Joe Ramos. Imperial Merlot rolls into the furlong grounds with a 5-length lead from Sweet Jana Elise. Bebecita toward the rail of Miss Candy Pop. They come past the 16th. Imperial Merlot kept to the task. Sweet Jana Elise continues to close. Bebecita's back in third. Sweet Jana Elise in the final strides. Imperial Merlot pipped at the post. Bebecita finished third. $107.62 for the maiden juvenile filly sprint. Posted 6.543. That's the full order. 6 Sweet Jana Elise at 9-5 first. Number 5 Imperial Merlot at 3-5. The first favorite tracked down. Before Bebecita 7-2 third. 3 Miss Candy Pop was fourth. There was no superfecta. We refunded all superfecta wagers here at the top of the card. Late scratches on 7 Bam Band and 8 Little Miss Touch Me Not. Refunds on the 7, 8, and the superfecta. 6, 5. Bebecita third for the trifecta. André Zaloa, Tony Granitz's newcomer. For Joseph Bowers, daughter of Harry's Holiday, at 9-5. Race 1 official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 6, Sweet Janalise with Andres Ulloa. Sweet Janalise is a 2-year-old bay filly by Harry's Holiday out of Bank Candy by Banker's Gold. First-time starter for Tony Granitz and Joseph Bowers. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sweet Janalise. Paid 9-5 was the second choice. First results in 6-5 exacta, $9.80. Bebecita third. 50-cent trifecta, 654, $2.10. There was no superfecta. Refunding all superfecta wagers. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 were the non-runners. Favorite, second. 4 ran. Fast track, 107.62. 19 minutes away from race 2 of 9. The next maiden juvenile dash. No scratches, no rider changes. Note number 2, Turn and Run. And 5, Frosted Warrior. Those first-time starters are owned by Trifecta Thoroughbreds LLC of Kyle Hampton. That's an ownership correction. Kyle Hampton, the principal of Trifecta Thoroughbreds LLC, parts of the ownership for the 2 and the number 5. 6 Silver Wishes plus 2 pounds makes the corrected weight there now 119. All 8 run, no scratches, no rider changes in the next one. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts with a $1 early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:43 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers early today. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Sweet Janalise. First, away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Bebecita sharply away, quickly engaged by Miss Candy Pop with the white helmet there for Rodney Prescott. Miss Candy Pop and Bebecita after a sharp start right there for Joseph Romero as Joe Ramos sends Imperial Merlot up on the outside of those fillies, making this dash past the half-mile pole and with Andres Ulloa. The first-time starter, Sweet Janalise, trails the quartet left here in the Tuesday opener. They round the far turn, 3 furlongs to go. 22.41 lead seconds, Imperial Merlot. Imperial Merlot blasting toward the quarter pole on a widening 7-length lead from Bebecita with Sweet Janalise. Bebecita is now back into third, and after showing speed, Miss Candy Pop is last. As these maiden 2-year-old fillies come for home, it's Imperial Merlot with Joe Ramos. Imperial Merlot rolls into the furlong grounds with a 5-length lead from Sweet Janalise. Bebecita toward the rail and Miss Candy Pop. They come past the 16th. Imperial Merlot kept to the task. Sweet Janalise continues to close. Bebecita's back in third. Sweet Janalise in the final strides. Imperial Merlot pipped at the post. Bebecita.
bunch of 2-year-old maidens, and we started out with a Tony Granitz. I believe that was a first-time starter. Yep, with Andre Ua, who he co-owns with Joseph Bowers. The 2-year-old filly looked nice in that race. So let's go with another 2-year-old. It's such a challenge to handicap these races. I love getting to go downstairs or go watch them move around. It's very key. And also look at the tote board for clues with a 2-year-old maiden race. Frosted Warrior right now, the 5, is the 9-5 favorite, but I'm going to go with the 1, War Spirit, here on top. They're going 4.5, so short distance today, and gotta love the rail for this 2-year-old colt by Omaha Beach. A Distorted Humor Dam, very nicely bred. Steve Asmussen trainee. Keith is in the irons here today, and this one's been in tough at Ellis. They started him on July 4th at 5.5. He ended up getting into some trouble there, and he was placed 3rd and got moved up. So it wasn't him. He kind of got impeded on. He put up a very nice Brisnet speed figure in that race of 71. So then they put him back in that same kind of race. And it just draw a line through that one. I don't really have an excuse for that race. Figuring what normally happens, improvement off the last one. But we're going to bring this colt to Indiana, and I like that he drew the rail, like I said. He's dropping in class, obviously, from that $100,000 Ellis race, and they put blinkers on him today as well, which should wake him up. And then I'm going to go to the 7, and that is Distant Galaxy, in a galaxy far, far away. Santos Sanger is aboard here for Bob Gorham, and this horse is another first-time starter in here. Predominantly, the entrants are first-time starters. The 1, obviously, that I just talked about has some experience. The 6, Yalmari's on, and the 8, but the rest are all first-time starters. And this is a really nice gelding that he got from the October yearling sale. Mendelssohn and Awesome Again. There was a lot really to look at as far as breeding. A lot of these dams have produced some nice winners, including stakes winners, especially in the next race. I'll talk about that. But this one's dam has 3 winners from 3 starters. Bob's been hot. His last 11 starts, he's had 4 wins, a first and a second. And the work on the 29th is nice. 4 furlongs, 48-1 from the gate, 2 of 31. Plus, the way that this guy is moving right now, the way he's holding his neck, the way he's looking around, he's on his toes. You can tell he feels good. And he looks phenomenal as far as first-time starters go. I mean, what a really nice-looking bay. And then the 6, Silver Wishes, is who I rounded it out with at 11-1. Silver Wishes gets the services of Yamari Correa. She had a nice winner yesterday. She's up for James Chapman here in this race, and was really bet down big time in the debut. And that was a Mountaineer. Ended up getting up by a head, and then at the wire, clipped heels at the 7/16. So a little bit of trouble there. Given that and the nice finish despite, I really like Silver Wishes as well, and the win for Yamari here. But it is a tougher race. This is a step up, but I think that would have been a winner had she not clipped heels there. So we've got a, I'm so sorry. I was looking at, no, that is Silver Wishes. I'm so sorry. The 6. What are we at with the 6? 11-1. I'll take 12-1. And now, after my handicapping segment, my top selection, the 1 is 6-5. Good luck.
The horses called Postford for the second race. This maiden juvenile sprint at 4.5 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches, no rider changes. Once again, 2 Turn and Run and 5 Frosted Warrior. Both debut for Trifecta Thoroughbreds LLC of Kyle Hampton, the principal there. Number 6 Silver Wishes, 2 pounds over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4 with 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden juvenile sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Fast and firm. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick, Keith Asmussen with War Spirit. Twice started in Kentucky, War Spirit. Here, Ollie Run. Walter Rodriguez with Frosted Warrior. Frosted Warriors joined War Spirit. McKenna Anderson with Turn and Run. Like Frosted Warrior, both here for John Hancock. Yarmari Correa with Silver Wishes. Turn and Run facing up to the gate. Turn and Run loaded. Sando Sanjor, Distant Galaxy, making his bow. Right now, War Spirit, 2-5 favorite. 6-1 Distant Galaxy and 8-1 Frosted Warrior. Orlando Mojica, Lil Trick went in okay. Waiting for Distant Galaxy. Awesome Magic and Cat Spirit will be last. Now Distant Galaxy's gone all in. Two in back of the starting gate here. Sponsored by B&H Electric. Gabriel Saez with Awesome Magic. War Spirit, 1-2 favorite. Beautiful day here under sunny skies. We're fast and firm for a 9-race card. 2 back here for the second of the 9. Awesome Magic given a 14-1 chance. One more. Cat Spirit. Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with 27 career wins. Cat Spirit up and in. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. War Spirit charging right out. A fast start for Silver Wishes. And on the outside, Cat Spirit with early interest as they dash past the half-mile pole. Distant Galaxy running a wide 4th with just over 3 furlongs to go. Little Trick gets shuffled back to last as they round the far turn. The newcomer Frosted Warrior toward the inside looks to make a bid, and the speed of really stretched them out. Awesome Magic in the back half of the field along with Little Trick trying to get back on track and turn and run trails the maiden juvenile sprint. 22.39 lead seconds, under a quarter of a mile to go. And here's Cat Spirit with War Spirit, and in between horses, Silver Wishes with the white blinkers. War Spirit leads with the rail. For Keith Asmussen, it's War Spirit who leads by 3 to nearest the inside, Silver Wishes, Cat Spirit, and on the outside is Frosted Warrior with a late challenge, but they're close to home with Keith Asmussen, the son of Omaha Beach. War Spirit wins by 3.5. Awesome Magic gains second from Silver Wishes. Frosted Warrior back and forth. .43 seconds. Your attention, please. The stewards have posted an inquiry. Stewards' inquiry will concern the run on the far turn that way. 53.43. We're standing by for the run order from the judges. Inquiry. 3 to 5. War Spirit. Twice started in Kentucky. Third time will be the charm. War Spirit first. For Awesome Magic, 8 to 1 second. Unofficial. 6 Silver Wishes. 20 to 1 third. And 5 Frosted Warrior. 8 to 1 fourth. Stewards' inquiry into the far turn run that way. War Spirit, Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. BC Stables LLC, son of Omaha Beach. Third time was the charm. Hold all tickets until official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the one War Spirit with Keith Asmussen. War Spirit is a 2-year-old make colt by Omaha Beach and a satirical by Distorted Humor. The Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen trains for BC Stables LLC of John Bellinger and Brian Coelho. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of War Spirit. Takes out the maiden juvenile dash. Unofficial 1465. Inquiry into the far turn run that way. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? After a review of the maiden juvenile sprint, number 5, Frosted Warrior, has been disqualified by the stewards from 4th in place last for causing interference into the far turn of that maiden juvenile sprint. The stewards, upon a review, have made a disqualification. Once again, number 5, Frosted Warrior, has been disqualified. The number 5 from 4th and will be placed last for interference on the far turn that way. With a disqualification, number 8, Cat Spirit, has been placed 4th. 1, 4, 6, and the 8, Cat Spirit, promoted to 4th. There, the point of the interference and the cause for the disqualification. Number 5, Frosted Warrior, is in a blue cap with the white shadow roll. 3, Lil Trick. 5, Frosted Warrior, comes over into the path of the 3, Lil Trick, causing that rider to check sharply. Others hampered. Thus the cause for the disqualification. Number 5, Frosted Warrior, from 4th and placed last. It's official. 8, Cat Spirit, placed 4th. 1, 4, 6, 8 official after race 2. 1, 4 exacta, $20.80. 50-cent trifecta, 1, 4, 6, $72.10. 6 and 1, the opening double, combining Sweet Jana Elise with War Spirit, $9 even. Cat Spirit placed 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 1, 4, 6, 8, returned $39.93. In the maiden juvenile sprint, favored first, all 8 ran, 53.43 seconds. Third race, maiden juvenile mile. Scratch 7, Thousands of Hopes. Number 7, Thousands of Hopes, has been scratched. Maiden juvenile mile, exacted trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 16 minutes at 3:14. And they're off. War Spirit charging right out. A fast start for Silver Wishes. And on the outside, Cat Spirit with early interest as they dash past the half-mile pole. Distant Galaxy running a wide 4th with just over 3 furlongs to go. Little Trick gets shuffled back to last as they round the far turn. The newcomer Frosted Warrior toward the inside looks to make a bid, and the speed have really stretched them out. Awesome Magic in the back half of the field along with Little Trick trying to get back on track and turn and run trails the maiden juvenile sprint. 22.39 lead seconds, under a quarter of a mile to go. And here's Cat Spirit with War Spirit, and in between horses, Silver Wishes with the white blinkers. War Spirit leads with the rail. For Keith Asmussen, it's War Spirit who leads by 3 to nearest the inside, Silver Wishes, Cat Spirit, and on the outside is Frosted Warrior with a late challenge, but they're close to home with Keith Asmussen, the son of Omaha Beach. War Spirit wins by 3.5. Awesome Magic gains second from Silver Wishes. Frosted Warrior. And the
We are 9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we have another, and I'll have another. You get a 2-year-old maiden. You get a 2-year-old maiden. Another one. This is a mile. They're going 2 turns. And there are some first-time starters in here, but we've got, it's sort of split, half and half. And right now the one, Valiant at 6-5 is the favorite, but I went with the 9 on top in this race. I should have maybe asked Ricky about this horse. I asked him about the one later on the turf, but because I really like Arabia Wild a lot. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Brad Cox, Ricky Giannini, his assistant in the paddock. This is a 2-year-old colt by Gunrunner, AP Indy Dam. They tried this one at 2 turns, knew he was going to love it, and he did. August 5th, he was second with Marcelino aboard. He overcame an awkward start and had a nice close, but could not catch Nick the Quick. Obviously, no Nick the Quick in here. Kind of a different group of 2-year-olds that he has since that August 5th try. They've given him some works. August 21st, he had a really nice work. 4 furlongs, 48-2. August 27th, 5 furlongs, 102-2. And then another one on September 3rd, right before this, was Well Bet. It was 3-1 in that debut, and put up, showed speed, obviously. Not the highest of speed ratings, but the highest, most recent, which was 67 in this group specifically. So second route race, anytime you do anything, a horse is going to learn. Second time at a route, he's going to know a little bit more what to expect. He looks good in the paddock, but all of Brad's horses look phenomenal. So, we'll see how he does. But I'm going to go against the favorite at 6-5 with the 9, not far behind at 2-1. Arabia Wild. Then let's talk about Valiant. This is a 2-year-old colt by Into Mischief. The one is making its second start here today. The debut was at Ellis. It was on August 8th, so we've had a little bit of time spaced out, a month between starts. But this horse debuted at a sprint distance and didn't do much there. But has had some works since that August 8th try. The 23rd at Ellis, 4 furlongs, 51. August 30th, 48-4 Breezing. Obviously, this is the other Brad Cox trainee, or I went with the other since the one is the favorite, but switches to Fernando. Flo rode him at Ellis, but now he's getting our top jock here in Indiana. He's dropping down in class from a maiden special weight, $100,000 into this $43,000 maiden. First time at a route is a little bit of a question, but this one was also 3-1 debut, was Well Bet. Obviously, it's a Brad Cox trainee, but in the last 20 or so starts, Fernando, I think he's had 10 in the money finishes. He's our top jockey for a reason. This is just a really nice looking colt as well. Look at the scope on him. It makes sense to run him at 2 turns. He's long, he's lean, he definitely has the body build of a horse that will relish the distance. So we'll see what happens with Valiant. So I've got Ricky and Brad going 1-2 here. And then I'm going to round it out with the 5. The 5 is 15-1. We're shown here. All the money, as you can see, on the 1 and the 9. 15-1 I'll take on Mr. Jimmy. Josh Morales is aboard for Jose Cavaredes. 2-year-old gelded son by Jimmy Creed. And some AP Indy here, too. A lot of that going on. This one was third last time out here. Going a mile on the dirt, which is the case today, and only got beaten by a length and a quarter. So I'm going to put that one in. I think already proved it 2 turns. Going to like it, and has been third 3 of his last 4 races, and now is going to, I'm just betting on consistency is key. Finishing third again, and 12-1 might just help me out with this 7-5. 9-1-5 for me here in the third race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track for the third race. This maiden juvenile over the mile, a field of 8. Number 7 Thousands of Hopes has been scratched. Scratch the 7 Thousands of Hopes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2 minutes time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Josh Morales with JR Jimmy. First in here at the mile. Now the son of Into Mischief, here's Valiant. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 74 wins here this season. Valiant has joined JR Jimmy. Manny Esquivel. Athletic like a first-time starter. Jose Gutierrez with Perfection Achieved. Jan Hernandez, Aguila Negra. Edgar Morales and the Calumet Farm newcomer, Stepnoski going in. Two back. Axel Concepcion. The first-time starter, Grand Mahogany. Son of Instagrand going in, Grand Mahogany. Arabia Wild, 3-5 favorite. Second here on mile debut, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Arabia Wild. Like Valiant, both for Brad Cox over the mile. They're in the gate. They're off. JR Jimmy broke smartly. Valiant toward the inside, going out toward the lead for Fernando de la Cruz, and Arabia Wild gets position. It's Valiant with pole position as they enter the first turn. Valiant leads with 7 furlongs to run. Aguila Negra cornered wide. JR Jimmy second and following Valiant at the 6.5 with on the outside Grand Mahogany third and well up, and Stepnoski is running in fourth as these maiden 2-year-olds go up the back. Arabia Wild is now fifth upon settling. Arabia Wild is next as they go up the back, and then toward the inside comes Aguila Negra, who's running second to last. Further back, Perfection Achieved, and finally Athletic Like. Quarter 24.22 seconds now at the 4.5, and it's Valiant. Valiant leads here from Grand Mahogany with Stepnoski, and right there is JR Jimmy, the leading quartet. Arabia Wild draws to within 4 lengths off this leader. Valiant, who clocked a half mile in just over 48 seconds. Then comes Aguila Negra with Perfection Achieved, and Athletic Like remains last. Around the far turn that way, it's Valiant as Grand Mahogany is trying to launch up here to Valiant at the quarter pole. Arabia Wild making 3-path progress as Grand Mahogany takes a crack at Valiant. Valiant just leans. Grand Mahogany and Arabia Wild is sweeping. With toward the inside, Stepnoski, and then Perfection Achieved. 3/4, 1 minute 12.92 seconds with Axel Concepcion. It's Grand Mahogany. This newcomer has the edge now over Valiant as they come past the 16th. Arabia Wild, Perfection Achieved fourth, well clear. JR Jimmy dropped away. It's Grand Mahogany. The son of Instagram, Grand Mahogany won by 2. From Arabia Wild with Perfection Achieved. Valiant finished fourth. 140.20 after the maiden juvenile mile. 140.20. 49214 Grand Mahogany. 6-1 first, 9 Arabia Wild. 3-5 the runner-up. 2 Perfection Achieved. At 62-1 odds third, and 1 Valiant. 2-1 fourth. Axel Concepcion for Will Walden. OXO Equine, Larry Best, son of Instagram, at first asking. Result official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 4 Grand Mahogany with Axel Concepcion. Grand Mahogany is a 2-year-old dark bay brown colt by Instagram. And a Forget Me Not by Uncle Mo. Another win this week for Will Walden and his team here. Trains for Larry Best's OXO Equine LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this newcomer, Grand Mahogany, in the maiden juvenile mile. 4-9 exacta, $30.40. First pick 3 on the card. 6 with the 1 with the 4, $18.75. Sweet Jana Elise, War Spirit, and Grand Mahogany, our first 3 juvenile maiden winners. 50-cent trifecta, 492, $152.45. 1-4 double, $22.60. 10-cent superfecta paid $87.62. Valiant ran 4th. 140.20 after the running of race 3 in the 4th. First of 3 maidens on the turf course. Scratch 5, JR Sweet Feet. 12 off the deck, 13 Jock Frost. The 14 Wado, and the 15 Fight the Power. 11 Lufkin draws in. Lufkin, the number 11, will run. Scratch 5, 12, 13, 14, and the number 15. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent, late pick 5 with the maiden juvenile turf mile. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 on those maiden turfs. Course firm rail at 48 feet. Fast main track, post time 3:43. They're off. JR Jimmy broke smartly. Valiant toward the inside. Going out toward the lead for Fernando de la Cruz. And Arabian Wild gets position. It's Valiant with pole position. As they enter the first turn, Valiant leads with 7 furlongs to run. Aguila Negra cornered wide. JR Jimmy second, and following Valiant at the 6.5, with on the outside Grand Mahogany third and well up, and Stepnowski is running in 4th as these maiden 2-year-olds go up the back. Arabia Wild is now fifth upon settling. Arabia Wild is next as they go up the back, and then toward the inside comes Aguila Negra, who's running second to last. Further back, Perfection Achieved, and finally Athletic Like. Quarter 24.22 seconds now at the 4.5, and it's Valiant. Valiant leads here from Grand Mahogany with Stepnoski, and right there is JR Jimmy, the leading quartet. Arabia Wild draws to within 4 lengths off this leader. Valiant, who clocked a half mile in just over 48 seconds. Then comes Aguila Negra with Perfection Achieved, and Athletic Like remains last. Around the far turn that way, it's Valiant as Grand Mahogany is trying to launch up here to Valiant at the quarter pole. Arabia Wild making three-path progress as Grand Mahogany takes a crack at Valiant. Valiant just leans. Grand Mahogany and Arabia Wild is sweeping. Lift to the inside, Stepnoski, and then Perfection Achieved. 3/4 1 minute 12.92 seconds with Axel Concepcion. It's Grand Mahogany. This newcomer has the edge now over Valiant as they come past the 16th. Arabia Wild, Perfection Achieved fourth, well clear. JR Jimmy dropped away. It's Grand Mahogany. The son of Instagram, Grand Mahogany won by 2. From Arabia.
9 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a lovely day it is outside. Just got a little gust of wind coming through here. Really just a beautiful day to be downstairs. This is another maiden. It was not an easy sequence, I don't think. But let's kick this off. It was the first leg of the Horseshoe hat trick to all turf pick 3. It's going to be on races 4, 6, and 8. So it's starting here. And I thought, let's switch it up. We had a carryover for the late pick 5 and the late pick 4 earlier. B always does his pick 5 tickets because he's the best at ticket construction. But I'm going to go in here and try to take down this turf pick 3. And I'm going to actually put in 4. This is I go 4, 3, 2. But 9, 1, 10. And I also included the 7. But look at the tote board. Right now the 9 is at 2-1. This is the one that I actually text Ricky Giannini about, assistant to Brad Cox, and he said, let's just see what happens on turf. He's not really sure but this horse obviously been training really well. He just got second with that last one. So I am going to stick with my guns here and go ahead and put the 9 on top. This is a 2-year-old colt by Take Charge Indy. This is a first-time starter, and honestly, don't really know what's going to happen. But if you're going back through these works. I like the gate work on August 22nd, 4 furlongs, 47-4 from the gate. Then we did a nice long breeze at 5 furlongs and went 1 and 3 and 2. So these aren't like jumping off the page of me, but still obviously this is a first-time starter from Brad Cox. He's high percentage in most things, but debut turf, he's 19%, as well as turf starts, and first-time starters, he's 23%. So obviously, Fernando de la Cruz, our leading jockey, he's looking for his first win on the card here in this 4th race. Then I went with the 1. The 1 is 10-1 right now. And if you guys don't have Equinedge, it's one of my most favorite handicapping tools. They have a growth strength ratio, which is for breeding. And the highest percentage, I'm telling you, those horses always end up being really good. So I use it predominantly for maidens and first-time starters. Obviously, to start a horse in a maiden claiming for 44 Brad is something that I take note of. I like the 1. Ray Hernandez is sneaky good when he brings his horses here. He flies under the radar, and his horses always look amazing. Case in point right here, this 2-year-old colt making his second lifetime start. He's 22% win clip and 44% in the money here in Indiana. This one is dropping down in class from 170. Just took this one to Kentucky Downs on August 28th, which I do believe was opening day. Sophie was there. She's amazing on the grass. But now we're doing the same thing. We're going to stay at a mile. We're going to go 2 turns at a mile, and we're dropping in class from 170,000 to maiden claiming for 40. So I don't know why this one's 10-1. I'm not going to try to talk you guys into it because I'm probably going to put some money on this bad boy. Orlando Mojica's aboard, veteran jockey who's won leading titles here before. He knows the track very well. Homepage by Good Samaritan is who I am going to go with in my exacta spot. And then the 10 is who I am going to... Oh, also, is he adding blinkers? Because this has may improve with blinker. Yes. Okay, so I think the 1 is going to add blinkers as well. Yes. Had that written down, and I thought, am I right? Okay. Then we're going to go to the 10. Sorry about that, guys. Lots of notes, lots of races. 13-1 on the 10. Psalmist. Honestly, another first-time starter. But what I am done doing is ignoring Rudolph Brissett. I keep putting him in my picks, especially the first-time starters. Gabe also, if I had more money to put on this, I'd put the 6 versed in. But Rudolph Brissett, bringing maidens here, it is something that I've been ignoring. First-time starters, I'm not going to do that today. But this horse is debuting on turf. Audible, obviously, probably will do well on turf as well. So Windstar Farm, bred and owned. I think the 10 looks really good. And it's 12-1, even better. And with Marcelino Pedroza, one of the most talented jockeys we have, even better. And then, yeah, I threw in the 7. If you want to put more money in the pick 3, which I'm not sure how much money that you would like to invest, I think the 7 has a good shot, as well as the 6. Veneno Futuro. Santo is up for Augustin Gonzalez, making its 3rd lifetime start, and has ran on the turf before at 7.5. Then the 6th Verst, throw that in if you get a little extra money. It's moving up in class, but I'm telling you, Gabe has been tricking me. I need to go down there and talk to Gabe about this. The next race in the leg is the 6th. It is another maiden claiming for 12.5, a mile and a 16th on the turf. The 3's out of there. The 12 does draw in, so I did include the 12 in my ticket. I went 2, 6, 12. Mi Compadre from the Brian Williamson barn. The 6, Timbo's Tangler. Ian Wilkes brings this one in. Chris Landeros back to ride in the 6th race. Love to see that. He early in his career, he rode here. He comes back on his days off. Love Chris. And then the 12, Patronage. Was hoping this one drew in. Was nosed out last time at this same class. And was a mile. So we're stretching back out to a mile and 16th. But he's ran well there before. And then the 8th race is the final turf race of the day. It's gotten windy out here. And I went 210. I really think, and honestly, guys, if you want to add in the 6 and 7, well, I had the 7. Add in the 6, Gabe's horse in this race, and then single in the 8th race. You could single the 2 or the 10, depending on who you like more, probably the 2. But I don't believe in singles because I feel like it's a jinx for me. And I'm superstitious, and I'm sorry if that bothers you. Don't bet my ticket. But 210 for me in this race. You can't leave out Tony Granite's on the turf is why I put him in. But Jordan's deal with Bet Mitch, Get Rich, and Tim Eggleston in that last and final thoroughbred race today looks really good. It's just a $24 play. Definitely, I bet it. I'm hoping that we can get this home, but it does kick off here in race 4, and we're gonna send it to John as the horses are heading out to the track. But B put together a very nice late pick 5 ticket, late fire 5, and his ticket will be shown during the chase. We're just 2 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 4th race. This maiden juvenile, the first of 3 on the turf course. Here over the mile, course firm rail at 48 feet, a field of 10. Scratch 5, JR Sweet Feet. 12 off the deck, 13 Jock Frost. Take out the 14 Wado and 15 Fight the Power. Scratch 5, 12 through the number 15. All have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. 50-cent late pick 5 start. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 on the maidens. Late scratch. Late scratch, ladies and gentlemen, number 3, Blackjack Man by order of the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 3, Blackjack Man now has been ordered scratched. All wagers here on 3, Blackjack Man was 23 to 1 odds. Refunds due on 3, Blackjack Man. There will be a 4 and 3 consolation double. 4-3 for a consolation double. Those using 3, Blackjack Man and a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch number 3, Blackjack Man. For the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in Orlando Mojica with Homepage. Sando Sanjor, Venino Futuro. Facing up to the gate, Alberto Burgos with Oscar D in the red. Loading for this maiden juvenile mile. We had Dewey's Denali just flipping back of the starting gate. That was Dewey's Denali. And a Beschizza to his feet. So some action in back of the starting gate as we waited for Venino Futuro. As Dewey's Denali back to his feet. Stand by for a late scratch. Late scratch after flipping him back of the starting gate. Number 4, Dewey's Denali has now been ordered scratched by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Off goes the gray Dewey's Denali. Late scratch on the 4. All wagers here on number 4, Dewey's Denali. Refunds here from the maiden juvenile turf mile. 4 and 4. Another consolation double. We've had late scratches on 3, Blackjack Man, and now 4, Dewey's Denali after flipping him back to the starting gate. 4-3, 4-4, another consolation double. Like Blackjack Man, late scratch 4, Dewey's Denali, multi-race wagers transferred to the post-time favorite. Scratch the 4 now. Oscar D rejoins home page in the starting gate, and Veneno Futuro coming back up again. Now Veneno Futuro's gone all in. Danny Sheehy with Abdicate. Went right into his starting stall. For the first time, okay, Abdicate. Gabriel Saez with Verst. Fernando de la Cruz, Pied Piper. 7-5 on Pied Piper. 2 back. Marcelino Pathosa Jr. with this newcomer, Psalmist. Late scratches on 3. Blackjack Man and 4, Dewey's Denali. 3 and 4, both non-runners, and 1 more, Jane Elliott with Lufkin. Starts the Horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 on these maidens. Course firm rail at 48 feet this race week. Firm and fast under sunny skies and all in. Theroff, Abdicate hopped in the air. Fast start for Veneno Futuro, who's going out to just lead Abdicate, who's coming for an early run in Keene, with Verst running in 3rd. Toward the inside, Oscar D in 4th, Homepage is 5th, Lufkin is 6th, Pied Piper, and on the outside, Psalmist out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to run. So now Abdicate hopped in the air at the start, but comes to the forefront for Danny Sheehy and leads here at the 5.5, opening up a 3-length advantage on Veneno Futuro and the Black Silks, who follows the leader. It's a break of 2 more then, to Verst in 3rd with Oscar D on the rail there at 48 feet, making his run toward the half-mile pole where Abdicate is the overall leader. Homepage is in the orange cap. Then to the inside is Lufkin, looking to make progress now for Jane Elliott. On the outside, Psalmist debuts in the Windstar White, and Pied Piper being asked to pick up by Fernando de la Cruz with well over 4 furlongs to go. Half-mile 47.37 seconds, Abdicate. So Abdicate dictates terms here at 48-1 from Veneno Futuro, who's staying close to the long odds leader for Santo Sanjor, and Verst is running in 3rd. To the inside is Oscar D, now on the edge of the quarter pole. Detached for this leading quartet to Psalmist, who straightens away, joined by Pied Piper. Then Homepage and Lufkin. Heads are turned for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 11.78 seconds, it's Oscar D who's come up the rail. Verst past the 8th pole. Then Abdicate with Veneno Futuro, Pied Piper down the center of the course. And Psalmist is next. They're near home with Alberto Burgos. It's Oscar D. And Oscar D delivers a victory by 4 from Verst. Pied Piper was 3rd, and Psalmist finished 4th. $136.95 after the maiden juvenile turf mile. 136.95, 26910. In frame 2, Oscar D. 2-1 first. 6 Verst. 5-1 second. 9 Pied Piper. 6-5. Post time favorite was 3rd. 10 Psalmist. The Windstar White. Just ahead of Abdicate with Veneno Futuro. 136.95. Oscar D. Alberto Burgos here for Rob Dobbs Jr. Joseph Hickman's homebred by Lexingtonian. 3rd time was the charm for Oscar D. The result of the fourth race is now official. Stepping into the Murphy Traveler Sales winner circle, the 2 Oscar D with Alberto Burgos. Oscar D is a 2-year-old chestnut gelding by Lexingtonian. Out of the Midas Touch mare Golden Lock, Rob Dobbs Jr. trains Joseph Hickman's homebred, bred here in the Hoosier State. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Oscar D out to the maiden juvenile ranks. The 2-6 exacta paid $29.40, 50-cent pick 3, 1 with the 4 with the 2, $34.80. 50-cent trifecta, 269, $28.20, 4-2 double, $69.80. A couple of consolation doubles, 4-3, $11.60, 4-4, $11.60. Psalmist ran 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 269.10 paid $19.87. 136.95 a road course rated firm. Turf rail at 48 feet. On to the 5th race we go. And to the next one. No changes. All 8 run. No changes in race 5. Fast and firm. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Post time at 4:21. They're off. Abdicate hopped in the air. Fast start for Veneno Futuro, who's going out to just lead Abdicate, who's coming for an early run in Keene, with Verst running in 3rd. Toward the inside, Oscar D in 4th. Homepage is 5th. Lufkin is 6th. Pied Piper, and on the outside, Psalmist out to the stretch with 6 furlongs to run. So now Abdicate hopped in the air at the start, but comes to the forefront for Danny Sheehy and leads here at the 5.5. Opening up a 3-length advantage on Veneno Futuro and the Black Silks, who follows the leader. It's a break of 2 more then to Verst in 3rd with Oscar D on the rail there at 48 feet, making his run toward the half-mile pole where Abdicate is the overall leader. Homepage is in the orange cap. Then to the inside is Lufkin, looking to make progress now for Jane Elliott. On the outside, Psalmist debuts in the Windstar White, and Pied Piper being asked to pick up by Fernando de la Cruz with well over 4 furlongs to go. Half mile 47.37 seconds, Abdicate. So Abdicate dictates terms here at 48-1 from Veneno Futuro, who's staying close to the long odds leader for Santos Sanjor, and Verst is running in 3rd. To the inside is Oscar D, now on the edge of the quarter pole. Detached for this leading quartet to Psalmist, who straightens away, joined by Pied Piper. Then Homepage and Lufkin. Heads are turned for home after 3/4. In 1 minute 11.78 seconds, it's Oscar D who's come up the rail. Verst past the 8th pole. Then Abdicate with Veneno Futuro. Pied Piper down the center of the course. And Psalmist is next. They're near home with Alberto Burgos. It's Oscar D. And Oscar D delivers a victory by 4 from Verst. Pied Piper was 3rd, and Psalmist finished 4th.
11 minutes to the fifth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got an Indiana bred allowance for 3-year-olds and up. They're going a mile in at 16th on the dirt here, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't go away from the morning line favorite, the 6. Right now on the tote board at 9-2. The 5 is 3-2 that I put in second. But I think the 6 can beat the 5. I've got Louis Contreras up for Randy Klopp in this race. This horse is coming off of an August 18th effort in a very similar allowance, going 6 furlongs. We are stretching out for the first time to 2 turns. This horse has ran 5 times, a first, a second, and a third. Broke the maiden by almost 7 in the slop on May 14th. First time with winners in a stakes race. Was second by a length in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore, June 11th. And then the allowance on July 3rd, Better's Favorite, I guess just like throw a line through that one. And then came back and was third last time. So this horse is ultra consistent, but I think he's due for a win. He's got kind of that, it is early speed. His one win was gate to wire. I'll give you that. But I think in this group, he has enough speed to get to the lead. However, it's 2 turns. More favoring speed on a sprint, but I do think that this guy's going to like 2 turns. It's 3-year-old Gelding by Keen Ice. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I do think that Sleepy's going to go to the lead. And Louis Contreras, very classy guy, and one of our top trainers, Mr. Randy Klopp. Then I'll go to the 5 horse, which is our heavy favorite right now. It just leveled out a little bit. 8-5 now. And the 5 is Henry the Hank, not Henry the Stank. I can't wait for poor John. You guys, right next to each other, the 4 and the 5. Hank a Stank? No. Hank's a tank and Henry the Hank. Bless John's heart. And I bet you $20 he'll crush it. Evan Roman aboard for Jonathan Nance, a 4-year-old gelding, make his 7th lifetime start. Out of the 6 he's had, 4 of those have been 3rd or better, including 2 third-place finishes in allowance ranks these last couple of times. He has ran at a route. He's ran well at a route. He did break his maiden at 6 furlongs, but his second time going 2 turns was July 30th, and in allowance he was 3rd by 4 lengths. He has the highest last race speed rating in that 2-turn race of 79. And obviously that 3rd place finish was really nice. And Evan is one of our top jockeys. He's in, I think, the top 7 or 8. Very, very talented young man. And then per usual, I like to look around, see if I can't find a horse that's maybe a little bit of a long shot. And right now the 8 is 7-1. You dreaming, bro. No, it's just dreaming, bro. But that's what that reminds me of. Gets our top jock, Fernando de la Cruz, aboard for Joe Davis. This horse is making its 10th lifetime start. It's a couple wins, the 2nd and 3rd. Not much. It's been mainly here that this horse has ran. He's been jumping around. I always make note when a trainer gets a horse back. So Joe lost this guy in a maiden claiming race. And then he comes back and wins. And then this last time, he got him back. Just romped in a claiming for 15 by 7 lengths as the Better's Favorite. But he gets a high percentage jockey. He gets Fernando again off that race, even though he's moving up in class. And I think that he possibly, if maybe the 4 and the 1 send, the 3 also has shown a little bit of early speed. I think that honestly it could open it up for Dreamin' Bro to just come pick up the pieces or at least get 3rd. I mean, he's definitely gonna have some speed to run at in here. 6-5-8 for me in the 5th race. This does start the Itoba $1 late pick 4. If you would like to be a part of our amazing Indiana bred program, I mean, look at this. $23,000 from the ITDF. You get wonderful our Indiana bred allowance goes for $38,000. Being a part of our breeding and owning operation is definitely pays. We're 6 minutes to post. Get in your tickets for the late pick 4. In here, though, I am against the 5. I'm going to go with Sleepy on top. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 5th race. This race over the mile and a 16th, a field of 8. No program changes. Here, all 8 run. No changes to the 5th of 9, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts with the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Sunny, fast and firm. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Jane Elliott, partners 1945. Evan Roman with Henry the Hank. Joe Ramos, Goldwyn. Goldwyn went in well. Luis Contreras with Sleepy, like Goldwyn. Both are Randy Klopp. Jose Gutierrez with Einstein's Ghost. Fervent Prayer coming up. Alex Achard for Tony Granitz, who won the opening. Two back. Hank's a Tank next to Henry the Hank. Hank's a Tank in. One more. Fernando de la Cruz with Dreaming Bro. The mile and 16th. Here comes the fifth. All in. And they're off. Hank's a Tank broke a beat slow. Henry the Hank broke sharp. Went toward the inside, Goldwyn, and right there, Einstein's Ghost, as they make their way into the first turn with Joe Ramos. Goldwyn spearheads them. It's Goldwyn to the lead from Einstein's Ghost, and on the outside is Henry the Hank and Hank's a Tank. So Hank's a Tank follows Henry the Hank, and they're a joint third. Hank's a Tank and Henry the Hank, third and fourth, as Goldwyn leads them to the back. Then comes Fervent Prayer with Dreaming Bro. Sleepy is second to last in 1945 trails. Quarter 23.88 seconds for the lead part, and it's Goldwyn. So Goldwyn dictates terms here as they make this run toward the half-mile pole, followed by Einstein's Ghost. Henry the Hank and Hank's the Tank remain third and fourth. Following Hank's the Tank, Dreaming Bro in the red cap, and Fervent Prayer is wide. Then comes Sleepy second to last still, and the trail remains 1945. Half mile for Goldwyn, 47.55 seconds now at the 3.5, and it's Goldwyn. Goldwyn continues the target as they round the far turn from Henry the Hank, who takes up the pursuit. Einstein's Ghost has lost the spot now at the third, with Fervent Prayer in the yellow cap running in fourth. Dreaming Bro is next in fifth as they round the far turn. Then comes Sleepy coming toward the top of the stretch, 1945, and finally Hank's the Tank as these Hoosiers turn for home. It's Goldwyn looking to finish them off. 3/4 in 1 minute 11.37 seconds. Goldwyn leads Henry the Hank by 5 into the furlong grounds. Then comes Fervent Prayer with Dreaming Bro toward the inside. Sleepy is next, and then comes Einstein's Ghost, who's dropped away with Joe Ramos. Goldwyn. And Goldwyn comes home and all the way winner. Won by nearly 5 from Henry the Hank. A gap away, third's a photo between Sleepy and Dreaming Bro. .54, 2-5, and then a show photo. Third place up to the judges. Here's a slow-mo to Goldwyn. 5-1 first, number 5, Henry the Hank. At 5-2 was second. Third place, third's on the bob. This photo is in the judges' hands. Stand by for the third and fourth. Joe Ramos on the winner for Randy Klopp. Christine Kegel's homebred, sent a Maximum Mischief. Goldwyn at 5-1. The judges have posted number 6, Sleepy, at 8-5, third. Out not of the 8, Dreaming Bro, fourth. 2-5, 6-8. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 5 official, the 2, Goldwyn with Joe Ramos. Goldwyn is a 3-year-old big gelding by Maximus Mischief. Out of the Belong to Me mare, Get 'em Up Girl, Randy Klopp trains. For Christine Cagle, the winner was bred here in Indiana by owner Christine Cagle. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Goldwyn. The 2-5 exacta paid $41 even. 50-cent trifecta, 256, $39.45. Dreaming Bro back in fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 2568, $22.64. 50-cent pick 3, 4 with the 2 with the 2. For that 50-cent pick 3. Pair of 2s for the double, $52. The $1 early pick 4, 404, $292.60. The superfecta, $22.64. Pick 3, $102.85 for that winning 4-2-2 pick 3. 50-cent early pick 5, $732.50. Pays on 5 of 5. 144.54 after the running of race 5, 20 minutes away from the 6th of 9. The second of 3 on the turf course firm. Turf rail 48 feet this race week. Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. No live racing here on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. Next 2 race cards tomorrow and on Thursday from 2:10. Maiden Turf, scratch number 3, King Hazelton. Take out the 11, Old Trace. Scratch 13, Decatur Street. 14, Incredible. Scratch 15, TCAC, and 16, Nico's Derby Run. Race 6, scratch the 311, 13 through the number 16. All have been scratched. 7, Ragtree, the jockey Alex Achard. Alex Achard on 7, Ragtree. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here are the 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta wagering featured on the Maiden Turf. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:52. The 5th, all in. And they're off. Hank's a Tank broke a beat slow. Henry the Hank broke sharp. Whipped toward the inside, Goldwyn, and right there, Einstein's Ghost, as they make their way into the first turn with Joe Ramos. Goldwyn spearheads them. It's Goldwyn to the lead from Einstein's Ghost, and on the outside is Henry the Hank and Hank's a Tank. So Hank's a Tank follows Henry the Hank, and they're a joint third. Hank's a Tank and Henry the Hank, third and fourth, as Goldwyn leads them to the back. Then comes Fervent Prayer with Dreaming Bro. Sleepy is second to last, and 1945 trails. Quarter 23.88 seconds for the lead part, and it's Goldwyn. So Goldwyn dictates terms here as they make this run toward the half-mile pole, followed by Einstein's Ghost. Henry the Hank and Hank's the Tank remain third and fourth. Following Hank's the Tank, Dreaming Bro in the red cap, and Fervent Prayer is wide. Then comes Sleepy second to last still, and the trail remains 19:45. Half mile for Goldwyn, 47.55 seconds now at the 3.5, and it's Goldwyn. Goldwyn continues the target as they round the far turn from Henry the Hank, who takes up the pursuit. Einstein's Ghost has lost the spot now at the third, with Fervent Prayer in the yellow cap running in fourth. Dreaming Bro is next in fifth as they round the far turn. Then comes Sleepy coming toward the top of the stretch, 19:45, and finally Hank's the Tank as these Hoosiers turn for home. It's Goldwyn looking to finish them off. 3/4 in 1 minute 11.37 seconds. Goldwyn leads Henry the Hank by 5 into the furlong grounds. Then comes Fervent Prayer with Dreaming Bro toward the inside. Sleepy is next, and then comes Einstein's Ghost, who's dropped away with Joe Ramos. Goldwyn. And Goldwyn comes home and all the way winner. Won by nearly 5 from Henry the Hank. A gap away, third's a photo between Sleepy and Dreaming Bro.
All right, so tell me how it feels to be back.
Oh man, it's great. It's great. I'm definitely happy to be back to see you, Rachel. So that's the main thing.
I know. I'm so glad to see your face again. You make me so happy. So what's it feel like?
I mean, it's good. I mean, it's hard to get back fit, but honestly, I feel, every day better and better. So, I mean, really is getting really good.
I know, and Jimmy was telling me, he was like, he's winning at these other tracks, and now you're back here, so I'm glad.
So hopefully I can get more mounts, so let everybody know that I'm back and I'm ready and I'm fit. So put me on some horses.
That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
9 minutes away from stepping back on that beautiful turf course of ours here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we look to crown another maiden no more here. September 9th, plenty of horses exiting the maiden ranks here on a beautiful Tuesday. Scratch 311, 13, 14, 15, and 16 out of this event, a mile and a 16th. Going to be the distance of this maiden race, and I happen to fancy a horse that many of you do as well, Patronage. The also eligible that draws in from post position number 12, Mike Maker, going to team up with Fernando de la Cruz for the 21st time in this season. They win at 20%. I don't think they were too pleased with a photo finish defeat last time out, in which Patronage finished with plenty left in the tank, was allowed to linger back of the pack in the very near back, and turning for home, swung out into the 8th path and closed with a flurry. In fact, needed one more jump to exit the maiden ranks, and now they're going to switch from Joe Ramos to Fernando de la Cruz, see if they can't get a better result with our leading rider for Paradise Farms. They did pay $35,000 for this son of Cantharos, now in for $12,500. Patronage has always run on well late, but hasn't been able to push past when it matters most. We'll see if today things change around. 5-2 on the board. A little bit chilly off that 8-5 morning line because a lot of the money has come in on number 2, Mi Compadre. Horse I have in second. Joe Rocco Jr. going to be calling the shots in here. 9-2 on the board. Brian Williamson sending his 4th starter here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. This horse went off at 21-1 just a couple of weeks ago, July 29th, and was the longtime leader through some very quick fractions. 22.51, 46.66 for the opening half mile, and was pressed throughout. Did fight on right through the line, and in my opinion, galloped out well. It was a huge effort despite how fast they went up front. Just continued finding on the front end. Did miss the board that day, but should improve. Second time on the grass today, and I don't think is a horse that necessarily needs the lead, but they're likely to be aggressive down on the inside due to their post position. 9-2 right now on me. Compadre goes out to the turf for the second time. The 6 is Timbo's Tangler. This one was the front runner against Patronage, but I thought Patronage was much the best that day. Timbo's Tangler did do all the heavy lifting on the front end. It was the first time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis have to run it against much tougher at the likes of Gulfstream Park, Ellis Park, and Horseshoe Indianapolis last time. Second time around our oval, second time with class relief. Landeros going to be aboard for Ian Wilkes. Mitch Merrill off, Landeros aboard. That jockey-trainer combination returns 21% winners and almost a perfectly even ROI at 99 cents on the dollar. I think this unique Tennessee bred is going to improve second time around Horseshoe Indianapolis. You don't see all that many horses bred in Tennessee. Tim Keach owns and trains the son of Maximus Mischief out of Actress on board, and this should be the horse to catch to cash in here, and is certainly going to provide some pace presence to your likely leader, me Compadre, up front. But I'm all about Patronage. We'll see if Michael Maker, Paradise Farms Corps, and our leading rider Fernando de la Cruz can time it right with Patronage as we head out for leg B of that Horseshoe hat-trick, and we kick off another rolling daily double or pick 3, 5 minutes away from turf racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses called postword for the 6th race. The second of 3 today on the course here. Rated firm, rail at 48 feet here, the maiden. Over the mile and a 16th distance, a field of 10. Scratch number 3, King Hazelton. Take out 11, Old Trace. Scratch 13, Decatur Street. 14, Incredible. 15, T-Cac. And 16, Nico's Derby Run. The 3, 11, 13 through the 16 all have been scratched. And that jockey change for 7, Ragtree. Alex Achard. Partners the 7-race maiden. Alex Achard on 7, Ragtree today. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta. Featured on this 9-race card, double pick 3. 2 minutes. 2 posta. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses crossing over to the turf course, approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Adam Beskitzen with Briarcliff coming up. Chris Landeros with Timbo's Tangler joins Briarcliff. The first two of the 10 into the starting gate here. Joe Rocco Jr. with Me Compadre. Alex Achard, Ragtree. Now Me Compadre. Captain Case. Berto Burgos has a win on the card. Right now, Patronage, the 8-5 favorite. Samuel Ramirez with Yoshina's Impact. Sando Sanjo with Sligo Time. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Gold Factor. Two back. Money Monday. Andres Aloha on the Tuesday scoreboard. And one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Patronage coming up. 3-2 favorite. Patronage over the mile and 16. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. Me Compadre away well. Right there is Sligo Time. Timbo's Tangler. Another that's front rank here in the early stages, along with Goal Factor, as Me Compadre for Joe Rocco Jr. leads past the awning. It's Me Compadre from a close-up Timbo's Tangler. Right there, Goal Factor and Briarcliff nestled in with the rail. With Sligo Time in the purple silks, fifth now out to the stretch and joined out by Money Monday. There comes Captain Case, who's off of heels toward the inside parts of the course, and Ragtree rather, taken back to settle there by Alex Achard. And then comes Yoshina's Impact and Patronage up the rail. 23.16 lead seconds. It's Me Compadre. Me Compadre leads by 2 to Timbo's Tangler. Briarcliff running in third by 2. There comes Gold Factor in fourth. With Sligo Time, mid-pack in fifth. Money Monday from toward the inside, Captain Case. Ragtree is next in formation from Patronage. And Yoshina's Impact trails the maiden turf. Half mile 47.82. Me Compadre still doing the legwork. It's Me Compadre who leads them to the far side of the course. Leads here by 2.5. Timbo's Tangler now being ridden to assert. And Briarcliff gains with the rail now from Adam Beskitzen. Timbo's Tangler has lost a spot now to third. Me Compadre about to hit the quarter pole. Then comes Sligo Time from Gold Factor being ridden. On the outside is Money Monday as they straighten away now. With toward the inside, Captain Case. On the far outside, Ragtree around Patronage. Yoshina's Impact last. Heads her turn for home. 3/4 to the long-time leader, Me Compadre. 1 minute 12.35 seconds. Me Compadre leads Briarcliff by 3. Charging now is Patronage. Patronage coming with a late charge. But with Joe Rocco Jr., it's Me Compadre. Near the wire from Patronage. Me Compadre and Patronage. This is really close. Briarcliff was back in third, and then Timbo's Tangler and Ragtree. Me Compadre and Patronage, a minuscule margin between them. Photo finish, 143.30 after the maiden. This is a win photograph. 12-2, 1-6-7, 12 Patronage. At 2-1, got up on the line. 2 Me Compadre. At 2-1, just denied. 1 Briarcliff at 8-1 third, 6. Timbo's Tangler 9-1 fourth, and Ragtree for the Pentafecta, Fernando de la Cruz. For Mike Maker, Paradise Farms Corp, Patronage, the son of Cantheros, got up just in the nick of time. Stepping into the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner's Circle, the 12 Patronage with Fernando de la Cruz. Patronage cut it close. 4-year-old Big Galley by Cantheros. The Midnight Loot Mare, Beta Cara. Mike Maker trains for Paradise Farms Corp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Patronage. Got up on the line. Range 6 official. $12-2 exacta. A nose between them, $23.60. Close call. 10-cent Pentafecta, $77.77. Ragtree ran fifth. 50-cent trifecta, 12-2-1, $42.20. 212 double, 53.40. 10-cent superfecta, $29.88. Timbo's Tangler ran fourth. 50-cent pick 3 covered races 4, 5, and 6. $54.30. 143.30 seconds after the maiden turf. Winner claimed. 12 Patronage for $12,500 over to Rogeria Labra. Claimed Patronage won the maiden. 19 minutes away, race 7. Featured mile. Scratch the 6 for your pleasure. 6 for your pleasure scratched. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta. Double final pick 3 of the day. Post time will be at 5:23. They're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. Me Compadre away well. Right there is Sligo Time. Timbo's Tangler. Another that's front rank here in the early stages, along with Goal Factor as Me Compadre for Joe Rocco Jr. leads past the awning. It's Me Compadre from a close-up Timbo's Tangler. Right there, Goal Factor and Briarcliff nestled in with the rail. With Sligo Time in the purple silks. Fifth now out to the stretch and joined out wide by Money Monday. There comes Captain Case, who's off of heels toward the inside parts of the course. And Ragtree taken back to settle there by Alex Achard. And then comes Yoshida's Impact and Patronage up the rail. 23.16 lead seconds. It's Me Compadre. Me Compadre leads by 2 to Timbo's Tangler. Briarcliff running in third by 2. There comes Goal Factor in fourth. With Sligo Time, mid-pack in fifth. Money Monday from toward the inside, Captain Case. Ragtree is next in formation, from Patronage, and Yoshida's Impact trails the maiden turf, half mile 47.82. Mi Compadre still doing the legwork. It's Mi Compadre who leads them to the far side of the course. Leads here by 2.5. Timbo Stangler now being ridden to assert, and Briarcliff gains with the rail now from Adam Beskiza. Timbo Stangler has lost a spot now to third. Mi Compadre about to hit the quarter pole. Then comes Sligo Time from Gold Factor being ridden. On the outside is Money Monday as they straighten away now. With for the inside Captain Case. On the far outside, Bragtree around Patronage. Yoshida's Impact last. Heads her turn for home. 3/4 for the longtime leader, Mi Compadre. 1 minute 12.35 seconds. Mi Compadre leads Briarcliff by 3. Charging now is Patronage. Patronage coming with a late charge. But with Joe Rocco Jr., it's Mi Compadre. Near the wire from Patronage. Mi Compadre and Patronage. This is really close. Briarcliff was back in third, and then they're in the gate.
Now just 9 minutes away from race number 7 here in Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Still a late pick 3 coming up and a daily double featuring our final 2 thoroughbred events, both on the main track and on the turf course for race number 8, in which both will be around 2 turns. The featured event of the day does bring some talented horses to the racetrack, going 1 mile in here. Field of 8 will go to the game, or excuse me, a field of 7 after the scratch of number 6 for your pleasure. I happen to fancy your outside runner, Solo Venturi, a $1.3 million Keeneland sales purchase in 2023. Now, they've got some work to do in order to get their return on investment, only $20,000 in the bank after 2 starts. But they've been very patient with this 3-year-old colt by Constitution, who drew a big sales price at the sale, and it's unique that the Keeneland Fall sale is going on right now, and this one was purchased almost 2 years ago to the date for $1.3 million. Since then, has gone to the starting gate twice, once here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, in which they look like $1 million runner. They missed the break, rushed up in between horses. They were pulling greener than grass that day. I remember Solo Venturi was kind of just very green, but showcased an immense talent that day. In fact, so much so that Irad Ortiz Jr. decided to come over for the Lone Mount, and even money felt like a complete gift back on October 22nd, 2024. However, then things went amiss. They went to the shelf and weren't seen for almost a year, came back at Saratoga, trying winners for the first time and also trying the turf for the first time, which the mare, Solo Uno, her lone start was actually on the turf, and although she did finish last, she did run on the turf, and New York was just too tough. It was the first race in a long time. Not sure if there was an injury between or whatnot, but it's never ideal to win in the fashion they did October 22nd and then be laid off for quite a few months. Now, they were flattered when Stars and Strides did go on to do some big things after that August 7th race, so the race was certainly live. However, they were never out of last place. Going into that race, I thought they were training pretty well on the main track, just as they showcased here at Horseshoe Indianapolis before. We'll see how this colt comes out of his last race, but Solo Venturi, I like him a lot more at 8-1. In fact, I love him at 8-1, but not so much at 5-2. If I'm being completely honest, it feels like a lot of the value has been sapped out of this current price for Solo Venturi. Your clear second choice in DRF algorithms would indicate it's here to stick around. 5-2, I'll dabble with him at 4-1 or higher, but not anywhere near the price he's listed at right now at 5-2. The 4 is Carl with a Gnarl. Cipriano Contreras and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to team up in here as they did on August 14th. Teamed up for a win with Marcelino riding for Cipriano and Contreras stables. Carl with a Gnarl was claimed for $20,000. They came to Horseshoe Indianapolis and got the victory in the off-turf event. However, that was against horses that wanted to be on the turf. Carl with a Gnarl did take advantage of a group that ultimately wanted to be on the grass. Today was entered on the main track always and faces much stiffer competition. That was his first win on the main track last time out. The waters do get deeper in here. However, he's a 4-time winner from 18 starts. He knows his way around both surfaces on the turf as well as on the main track. In fact, his races at the fairgrounds weren't too bad either, taking on Agent Creed and Warrior Richard as well. So Carl with an Gnarl could be any sort in here. I liked how he dug down deep last time out at 8-1, but the money has come in hot and heavy on Sweet Fantasy. I don't see Brad Cox team up or dive into the claiming box very often, but he saw something he liked with Sweet Fantasy. Is he trying to get the Indiana money, or is this a prep race for something bigger against state-bred competition in Arkansas? We'll see if the good-looking gray son of cross-traffic Sweet Fantasy is worth the money. They paid $25,000, turned right around a couple weeks later, run for a purse of almost $50,000. They're the one to catch the cash. 3-2 on the board, but the money continues to come in on OXO Equine's Solo Venturi. They're already a winner on the day. We'll see if they can get their second in here with the son of Constitution, a good-looking sort. We'll see if he runs as good as he looks 4 minutes away from race number 7.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This race over the mile, a field of 7. Number 6, For Your Pleasure, has been scratched. Scratch the 6, For Your Pleasure. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent grand high 5, double final pick 3 of the day. Operate with 3 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile. First up, Dance Some Mo. Joe Ramos on the Tuesday score sheet. Alberto Burgos with a win here. Partner Skibbity Riz. Given a 31-1 chance today on Skibbity Riz. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Carl with a gnarl loaded. Chris Landeros with Call Me Cassius. Sweet Fantasy would be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. After Patronage got up on the line in the maiden. Jose Gutierrez with Lear, like Skibbity Riz, both for John Harron. One more. Started at Saratoga. Up comes Solo Venturi. Christian Torres for Will Walden with a win on the card. Over the mile, they're in the gate. And they're off. Sweet Fantasy broke sharp. Oh, squeeze back. Lear and Call Me Cassius. They both got pinched back soon after the start. As they enter the first turn, it's Skibbity Riz. So with Alberto Burgos, Skibbity Riz takes command of the pace as they go to the back of the track. Sweet Fantasy second after a sharp start. Solo Venturi is running in third as these leaders make their way toward the back. Toward the inside is Dan Samo running in fourth. An early break back there to Carl with an Gnarl, and then comes Lear. And Call Me Cassius has dropped back to last. Skibbity Riz and Sweet Fantasy, co-leaders in the mile. 24.20 for the first part. It's Skibbity Riz, who just leads. Sweet Fantasy right up there for Fernando de la Cruz. They're head-to-head going past the half-mile pole. Christian Torres and Solo Venturi tracks them. A length and a half to Dan Samo, who remains in fourth. Carl with an Arl, Lear, and being asked to pick up by Chris Landeros. Call Me Cassius trail still. Half mile in 47.46 seconds. Sweet Fantasy going for the quarter pole from Solo Venturi. With on the outside, Dan Samo, who's picking up now. Here's Dan Samo and Solo Venturi up to Sweet Fantasy. As they come past the quarter pole, Carl with an Arl up the rail. And then comes Lear, Skibbity Riz, now going all beta. And finally, Call Me Cassius. 3/4 in just over 112. It's Solo Venturi had the run of the race. And with Christian Torres, Solo Venturi has taken charge, coming past the 16th pole and races away from Sweet Fantasy with on the outside. Dan Samo, Solo Venturi sails home by 6. Second photo, a nose between Dan Samo with Sweet Fantasy, close. Carl with an all, finish fourth. $136.98 after the mile feature. 8 Solo Venturi. 5-2 first. 136.98. Christian Torres, Will Walden with a couple of wins here on the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Second is a photo. Second up to the judges. Dan Samo with Sweet Fantasy. Carl with an R will be fourth home. Stand by for the fifth for the Pentafecta. Solo Venturi. Last started at Saratoga. Christian Torres for Will Walden. Double for Larry Best, OXO Equine. At 5-2, Solo Venturi first. Number 5, Dan Samo. 7-2, confirmed second after a photo from 7, Sweet Fantasy. 7-5, favorite third in the mile. 4, Carl with an R was fourth. And Lear fifth for the Pentafecta. 8-5, 7-4-3. Race 7 official. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 8, Solo Venturi, with Christian Torres. Solo Venturi is a 3-year-old bay colt by Constitution. Out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Solo Uno. A couple wins on the card for Will Walden and OXO Equine of Larry Best. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Solo Venturi back of the shoe to win. Results on the mile feature. 8.5 exacta, $29 even. 50-cent trifecta, 8.57, $20 and change. With Lear back in 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, 8.5743, paid $19.86. 50-cent pick 3, $67.15. 12 and 8 double, $43 even. Carl with an R was 4th in the mile. 10-cent superfecta, $8.46. Lear ran 5th. 21 minutes away, race 8 in the maiden turf mile. Scratch the 9 Swift B and 11 Quibble. Scratch 9, 11. 12 fifth wheel. Draws in the jockey Alberto Burgos. Has a win on the card. Alberto Burgos on the 12 fifth wheel in the maiden. One Lavish Justice is a pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta. Maiden turf mile starts the late double. 9th race, scratch the 6 Ainsley's Joyride. 9th race, scratch the 6, 11 Stolen Treasure. Draws in, will break from post position number 6 in the jockey Brian Hollingsworth. Brian Hollingsworth on 11 Stolen Treasure, breaks from post 6. 4 Political Lies, 3 pounds over. 9th race, quarter horse maiden dash over the 330 or 300 yards for the finale. Over the 300 yards, fast track, scratch the 6. Post time for the maiden turf mile, 5:53. Over the mile, they're in the gate. And they're off. Sweet Fantasy broke sharp. Squeeze back. Lear and Call Me Cassius. They both got pinched back soon after the start. As they enter the first turn, it's Skibbity Riz. So with Alberto Burgos, Skibbity Riz takes command of the pace as they go to the back of the track. Sweet Fantasy second after a sharp start. Solo Venturi is running in third as these leaders make their way toward the back. Toward the inside is Dan Samo running in fourth. An early break back there to Carl with an Arl, and then comes Lear, and Call Me Cassius has dropped back to last. Skibbity Riz and Sweet Fantasy, co-leaders of the mile. 24.20 for the first part. It's Skibbity Riz, who just leads. Sweet Fantasy right up there for Fernando de la Cruz. They're head-to-head going past the half-mile pole. Christian Torres and Solo Venturi tracks them. A length and a half to Dan Samo, who remains in fourth. Carl with an Arl, Lear, and being asked to pick up by Chris Lenderos. Call Me Cassius trail still. Half mile in 47.46 seconds. Sweet Fantasy going for the quarter pole from Solo Venturi. With on the outside, Dan Samo, who's picking up now. Here's Dan Samo and Solo Venturi up to Sweet Fantasy. As they come past the quarter pole, Carl with an Arl up the rail. And then comes Lear, Skibbity Riz, now going all beta, and finally Call Me Cassius. 3/4 and just over 112. It's Solo Venturi had the run of the race, and with Christian Torres, Solo Venturi has taken charge, coming past the 16th pole and races away from Sweet Fantasy with on the outside. Dan Samo, Solo Venturi sails home by 6. Second photo, a nose between Dan Samo with Sweet Fantasy close. Carl with an all, finish fourth.
One of the best in the business, Larry Best and OXO Equine, get their second winner on the day. It should have been the tell that when Larry was on track with Don, they were here to mean business. A very impressive first-time starter win, and then Solo Venturi from Saratoga right to the Horseshoe Indianapolis winner's circle. Now a perfect 2 for 2 on the main track. Not sure we'll see that one back on the turf anytime in the near future. Made that look like an easy winner in race number 7. 1 mile on that turf course for the thoroughbred finale, the late daily double in here, 10 minutes away from race number 8. Do scratch numbers 9 and 11, Swift Bee and Quibble. I'm going to try a horse trying the turf for the first time. Fancy Is My Name. The Klops own and train this 3-year-old filly by West Coast out of One Bad Kitty. Luis Contreras going to be calling the shots. You've got One Bad Kitty being out of Street Cry, so you would have thought that she loved the turf, and she actually did. She won a stakes race at Santa Anita for Calbred. She was 2 for 4 on the turf. This one should move up on the turf as well. And there's been some siblings that have handled the turf. The breeding's pretty nice for this filly who's on the toes and on the muscle. Turned out very nicely today. Third day as a 5-time winner who banked over $227,000 and is also half to a mare named She's a Perfect Lady, who was 3 for 10 all on the turf at Santa Anita and Del Mar as a Kentucky bred. She never left California, and she was pretty good on the turf as well. She primarily sprinted on the turf, not so much route races like this one, but Fancy Is My Name has some breeding. We'll see if that breeding can translate to some success because, frankly, she must not have shown much in the morning because she was ice cold on the board in both of her starts. Now, she did lose to a good one in G-Force Jimmy on debut and Temple Painter, who won on Indiana, or one of Indiana's finest days here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in a stakes race as well. And then last time out, off of a brief freshening, went off at another big number of 20-1. So the morning works may not have been all that great because the barn has not been betting on Fancy Is My Name at all, but maybe she'll wake up, if ever today, on the turf. She could certainly improve on this one. But number 2, Jordan's Deal, is the next one in the top 3 for me. 9-2 on the board for Tim Eggleston and Mitch Merle. Eggleston having himself a great meet, both with the thoroughbreds as well as the quarter horses, winning at 20% with each prospective breed. A 3-year-old filly by Maximus Mischief out of Classic Justice. Going to try the turf. It feels like a little bit of let's just see. Let's see and maybe hope that Jordan's Deal can handle 2 turns and handle the turf because she's been fading in the final 1/8 of a mile in almost each and every start. Now, speed is her game. She breaks very quickly. I don't think they're going to change that today. I think they're going to use that tactical speed, but the distance could be challenging in here, which is surprising considering horses out of Classic Justice, the mare, the average winning distance, 7.4 furlongs. So others have had success in route races. In fact, 20% winners by Classic Justice in route races. Much of that was thanks to horses like Timeless Glory as well as Vision of Justice. But this is a horse who's trying the turf. Not much breeding in way of the turf, but there is some distance belief for Jordan's Deal. And maybe instead of going 22 and change and not being able to see it out, if they get away with fractions like 24 and change, suddenly Jordan's Deal might get confident on the front end and can carry that speed further, but has been a little bit of a money burner in the career thus far. Of the 5 starts, has been the beaten favorite in 2 out of those 5, and most recently 2-5. But it looks like the bettors are signed off today, so maybe it's time for you to sign on. 9-2 on the board for the Silks of 514 Racing. Number 10 is going to be near the outside. It's Pink Picture. This one helped out by a little bit of scratches down on the inside. Tony Granitz owns and trains this 3-year-old filly who ran on the dirt last time out and just kind of ran evenly around the racetrack, sat right off the hip of the front runner, and just stayed on evenly when it was all said and done. But does have tactical speed, has shown that tactical speed both on the turf and the dirt. I thought ran a pretty good race against Annie Express, who's maybe the claimer of the year. Claimed for $5,000, now has won 3 in a row on the turf. Haziel did beat this one home, but Pink Picture has a little bit more upside with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in the saddle for a horse who's favored right now 3-1, but a great betting race in here. 3-year-old fillies taking to the turf, all looking for their first career victory. an allowance group in here going 1 mile on the turf, a big field of 10. Anything happens when those Hoosiers take to the turf. We'll see how it shakes out 5 minutes away from the 8th and final. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 8th race. The last of 3 today on the turf course. If you're just joining, turf course here firm. It's been a sunny one. Turf rail set at 48 feet this race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here a maiden distaff turf mile, a field of 10. Scratch 9 Swift B and 11 Quibble was entered as a main track only. Course firm, scratch the 9-11. 12 fifth wheel, Alberto Burgos. Ready with the win on the card, rides the 12 fifth wheel, Alberto Burgos. On the 6th race maiden, 5th wheel. For 1 lavish justice is 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta starts at a late double. 9th race. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. Scratch 6, Ainsley's Joyride. Number 11, Stolen Treasure draws in. Will break from post 6, and the jockey Brian Hollingsworth rides 11, Stolen Treasure. 4 Political Lies, 3 over, and the quarter horse maiden over 300 yards. Firm and fast, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. For this maiden distaff turf mile, you have less than 1 minute. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course. Firm rail at 48 feet here. Maidens on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Joseph Romero, Lavish Justice. First in here for this maiden turf mile. Jose Gutierrez with Yo to Win joins Lavish Justice. Mitchell with Jordan Steele, True 2. Hannah Leahy, Backwards K. The mare Backwards K in. Luis Contreras with Fancy Is My Name. Tiago Canuto, up comes Captured. Joe Ramos with Haziel. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Pink Picture. 5-2 co-favorite with Haziel. Santos Sanjor, Maximum Spirit, drew 5. One more, fifth wheel. Alberto Burgos on the Tuesday scoreboard over the mile here. All in.
No.
And they're off. Jordan Steele out to a sharp start for Mitchell Morrill. Fancy As My Name is right there. Here comes Captured with an early bid, and Pink Picture now settles into stride as Jordan Steele leads them into the first turn from Captured, Fancy As My Name, and Pink Picture, the leading quartet. Then an early detach to Lavish Justice running in fifth, with fifth wheel in sixth. To the inside is Maximum Spirit in seventh now at the 5.5. Yo to Win with the 6-year-old mare Backwards King out deep on the course, and Haziel trails. The opening quarter, 23.08 seconds, Jordan's Deal. Jordan's Deal dictates the field and leads here, Captured by 4. Now running past the half-mile pole Here's the inside is Fancy Is My Name in the Navy Silks, who's just in third. Pink Picture, fourth and evenly so far. Inside 4 to go. Then it's a break of 3 more to Lavish Justice, who's improving with the rail there at 48 feet. And Haziel's picking up now for Joe Ramos. Fifth wheel in between horses. Backwards K, Maximum Spirit, and Yo to Win is last. Jordan Steele remains the front runner. Half mile, 48.06 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. And Captured is going for it at 70-1. With Thiago Canuto, it's Captured, who just leads at the home run from a sweeping Haziel. Fifth wheel is coming on the front outside. Pink Picture's right there at the point of attack. Fancy Is My Name as Jordan Steele capitulates. 3/4 at 1 minute 12.60 seconds. And here comes fifth wheel. Fifth wheel with a full head of steam for Alberto Burgos and has just swept in front of Captured, who tries to kick with fifth wheel, who has the upper hand, and 10 yards to go. It's fifth wheel, who's out to the maiden ranks by 3. Captured stayed on to run second at long odds. Haziel was third. Pink Picture, Fancy Is My Name, Lavish Justice next. $136.56 after the maiden. 12-8, 4-10. Stand by for the fifth. That's for the Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering. Was featured here. 12. Fifth wheel, 5-2 first. 8 Captured, 70-1 on the runner-up. Number 4, Haziel, 2-1 third. 10 Pink Picture, fourth. Fifth's on the bob. Fancy Is My Name with Lavish Justice. Stand by for the full order and the fifth. 12-8, 4-10. And a photo up to the judges. Fifth wheel, Alberto Burgos. Couple wins on the card here for Mike Lauer, Penny Lauer, in from Kentucky Downs to win it. The judges have posted number 3, Fancy Is My Name, fifth. A short head over the 1, Lavish Justice, sixth. 12-8, 4-10, 3 runs fifth. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 12, fifth wheel. Couple of maiden turf mile wins for Alberto Burgos on today's card. Well done, Alberto. Fifth wheel is a 3-year-old dark Mayor Brown filly by Good Samaritan out of the Archmare AAA. Mike Lauer trains, Penny Lauer owns. Fifth wheel was bred here in the Hoosier State by Mike and Penny Lauer. Congratulations to the winning connections of fifth wheel of Bridesmaid No More. Result official. 12-8 exacta, $636.40. The 10-cent superfecta, $562.12. Pink picture ran fourth. Fancy as my name was fifth. The 50-cent trifecta, $723.90. 8, 12, double, 42.60. $1 late pick four presented by Itoba, $528.70. The 50-cent late pick five, $1,412.60. That will be a 10-cent Grand High five carryover, a pentafecta carryover onto Wednesday's thoroughbred portion of the card for $4,992.80. That is a 10-cent Grand High five, pentafecta carryover to the thoroughbred portion of our Wednesday racing program. The 50-cent pick three, $38.55, 136.56 after the maiden Distaff Turf Mile. We were firm today, rail at 48 feet. One more. Ninth race quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. Scratch 6, Ainsley's Joyride. 11, Stolen Treasure draws in. Breaks from post 6, the jockey Brian Hollingsworth. On 11, Stolen Treasure breaks from post position number 6, Stolen Treasure. For Political Lies is 3 pounds over the listed program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and here the 10-cent quarter horse. Quarter horse only pentafecta. Post time 6:21. And they're off. Jordan's Deal out to a sharp start for Mitchell Morrill. Fancy as my name is right there. Here comes Captured with an early bid, and Pink Picture now settles into stride as Jordan's Deal leads them into the first turn from Captured, Fancy as my name, and Pink Picture, the leading quartet. Then an early detach to Lavish Justice running in fifth, with Fifth Wheel in sixth. Toward the inside is Maximum Spirit in seventh now at the 5.5. Yo to Win with the 6-year-old mare, Backwards King out deep on the course, and Hazel trails. The opening quarter, 23.08 seconds, Jordan's Deal. Jordan's Deal dictates the field and leads here, Captured by 4. Now running past the half-mile pole. Nearest the inside is Fancy as my name, and the Navy Silks is just in third. Pink Picture, fourth and evenly so far. Inside 4 to go. Then it's a break of 3 more to Lavish Justice, who's improving with the rail there at 48 feet, and Hazel's picking up now for Joe Ramos. Fifth wheel in between horses, Backwards King, Maximum Spirit, and Yo to Win is last. Jordan's Deal remains the front runner. Half mile, 48.06 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. And Captured is going forward at 70-1. With Thiago Canuto, it's Captured, who just leads at the home run from a sweeping Hazel. Fifth wheel is coming on the front outside. Pink Picture is right there at the point of attack. Fancy is my name as Jordan's Deal capitulates. 3/4 at 1 minute 12.60 seconds. And here comes Fifth Wheel. Fifth Wheel with a full head of steam for Alberto Burgos and has just swept in front of Captured, who tries to kick with Fifth Wheel, who has the upper hand, and 10 yards to go. It's Fifth Wheel, who's out to the maiden ranks by 3. Captured stayed on to run second at long odds. Hazel was third. Pink Picture, Fancy is my name, left.
Well, one more to go in the Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You can divert your eyes from the screen when you hear my voice, but I will tell you I'm feeling much better, and thank you all for your support, especially Brian and Rachel. Appreciate it so much. All right, well, we do have a nice quarter horse race to go this afternoon, 17,000 maiden for 3-year-olds and up. Excuse me, we have a scratch of number 6, but the also eligible Stolen Treasure will draw in, break from post position 6 for trainer Shauna Martin and new rider Brian Hollingsworth. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look and see what we've got with these 3-year-olds. They've come very close, so this is kind of a big toss-up in terms of which horse will finally get that maiden breaking victory. I'm going to begin with number 5, and that's She's a Bull Concept. Has completed the exacta twice in her last 3 efforts for owner breeder Sue Belden. This is a 3-year-old filly by Brimstone, has really run good speed figures in the 90s, which is impressive, and just come so close. When you look at the Powerhouse Connections trainer Tim Eggleston and rider Eduardo Diaz, both are leading right now in their respective standings. All it needs is one more clean break for this filly to be able to break that maiden. This will be her 11th try today. All right, we'll move next to number 1, and that's JY Bravo. A nice pair of entrants for trainer Tony Cunningham. My nod is going to go to this number 1 horse, a gelding who posted his top speed index in his most recent race that took place here on August 14th. Rider Danny Martinez most certainly had his choice between the 2 entrants and opted to ride this gelding by Freight Train B, who's really faced some pretty tough company this year, a couple Derby trials and some other horses that they've gone on to break the maiden and do very well. So I'm going to really chart this horse as a solid contender. Excuse me. Next, we'll go with a little bit of a price. Number 2, Felton, a 4-year-old son of He's Relentless. This is the only older horse in this group facing his younger rivals. He's earned his share of checks for Butch and Karen Yike. Had an excuse on August 14th when he bobbled out of the gate, finished pretty much last, and just couldn't recover. That happens sometimes in quarter horse racing. But if you look back at his performances, he has had a couple times that he's done quite well hitting the board. If this horse can replicate his nice effort from June 5th, he's an Oklahoma bred. I think he's going to be in the mix at a nice price. Then we'll round up my top 4 with Jerry Miller's homebred. Number 8, Dashin' Quick Corona, has been very consistent for trainer Jesse Vasquez with 4 in-the-money finishes recently. This is a gelding by What a Corona, was second by just a neck 1 week ago at this level under the Barnes regular rider and champion Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Now, I respect this horse. He's the high earner in the field. I'm just not 100% convinced that he can come back 1 week later and do as well as he's done before. But, you know, I don't mean to be critical because with all due respect to Jesse and Giovanni, they know their horses well. If they think he's ready, then he's going to get some part of this, I'm pretty sure. All right, so my top 4, 5, 1, 2, 8. Of course, even with half a voice, I've got to talk about our 10-cent Pentafecta. And my long shot to consider is number 3, Dale M. 20-1 on the morning line. This is a filly by KVN Corona. That's a grade 1 champion stallion. Very, very good horse. And the thing with Dale M, this filly was bumped pretty hard on August 14th. Pretty much lost all chances. But, you know, obviously, if you get that clean break and you don't have any impeding runners as your way to make your way to the wire, you can end up with something. So, you know, owner-trainer Ezequiel Rodriguez hasn't had a million horses in, but with the stock that he has, he's been pretty good, especially with some long shots. So, that's it for me today. Good luck to everybody in this race. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow with another quarter horse race. And then Thursday, we're going to have a stakes race. It's the final of the 62,000 leader of the class sale futurity. Have a good night, everybody.
the horses stepping onto the track now for the 9th race to close out the card. Quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. Fast track, no wind. Scratch the 6, Ainsley's Joyride. Scratch the 6. Number 11, Stolen Treasure. The jockey Brian Hollingsworth breaks from post 6. Number 11, Stolen Treasure runs. Brian Hollingsworth, the jockey, breaks from post 6. Stolen Treasure. 4 Political Lies, 3 over, Exacta Trifecta. There is the 10-cent quarter horse, Pentafecta, and close to a start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Cavalry's coming, uses the flipping halter. J.Y. Bravo coming up to the rail draw. J.Y. Bravo just joined. Cavalry's coming. They've loaded KLT first fly into that outside gate. Brian Hollingsworth with Stolen Treasure to post 6. Stolen Treasure drew in here to the maiden. Felton Dale M coming up. Dash and Quick Corona. Jesse Vasquez 2. Next to Cavalry's coming. Tim Eggleston's pair. Political Lies, She's a Bull concept. Eduardo Luna Diaz, the leading quarter horse jockey here this season with She's a Bull concept. 4 to 5 on the final favorite. 2 back. She's a Bull concept loads. KLT first flight already installed to that outside gate. One more. Dangerous Corona. Wednesday post time 2:10. Up comes Dangerous Corona. Stolen Treasure just flipped. Dale M just broke through the gate. We'll have a delay. We have a late scratch, the first late scratch. Stand by if any other non-runners here in the finale. After flipping in the gate, the 11 Stolen Treasures now been ordered scratched by the stewards. All wagers on 11 Stolen Treasure refunds. There will be a 12 and 11 consolation double. That's 12-11 for a consolation double. Right now, scratch 11 Stolen Treasure from the maiden after flipping in the gate. Delay here. Now we have a loose horse at the top of the stretch. That was that late scratch. The Outriders trying to pen in a loose horse. And thanks to a helping horseman, loose horse now has vacated the track, getting ready to reload here for the maiden. Late scratch on 11, Stolen Treasure. Refunds on number 11. Now reloading for this quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Cavalry's coming back into the starting gate with KLT first flying to that outside gate. JY Bravo, Felton, Dale M was also getting fidgety prior to the start, but okay to run here is Dale M. Dashing Quick Corona, Dangerous Corona. Political Lies coming back up. Waiting for She's a Bull Concept and Dangerous Corona. One more. Dangerous Corona. The number 11, Stolen Treasure, flipped in the gate and is a late scratch. The 11's a non-runner. Here we go. Off the Tuesday finale. And Political Eyes got bumped by She's a Bull Concept. Fast starts for Felton, JY Bravo, Dale M. Here comes this charge by Dashing Quick Corona, Dangerous Corona. KLT first flying over here on the stand side. It's Dashing Quick Corona, Dashing Quick Corona. And KLT first flying in photo finish. Dangerous Corona finished third. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Eight 10, 9-2-3 after the maiden, 15.691 seconds. 8 Dashing Quick Corona, 7-2 first. Number 10 KLT first flying, 36-1 just missed. 9 Dangerous Corona third at 5-2. 2 Felton, 16-1 fourth, and 3 Dale M, 24-1 fifth for that quarter horse Pentafecta. Dashing Quick Corona. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez serves up a win for Jesse Vasquez, Jerry Miller's homebred, off the mark in his 12th career start. Takes the maiden, 15.691 seconds. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle on the 9th race official. Here's the 8 Dash and Quick Corona with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Dash and Quick Corona is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by What a Corona. An adjusted dance by Royal Quick Dash. Jesse Vasquez trains for Indiana breeder and owner Jerry G. Miller. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Dash and Quick Corona out to the maiden ranks in 15.691 seconds today. Fast, and there was no win for the finale. Full results after the last of the day. The 810 exacta, 218.80, 50-cent trifecta, $188.30. 12-8 double, $70. 12-11, that's a consolation double, 12-11. $8.80. Stolen Treasure flipped in the gate. The 11 was a late scratch. Felton ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 8-10-9-2. $343.60. 50-cent pick 3, $45.05. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta paid $5,390.22. Del M finished fifth. 8-10-9-2-3 for the 10-cent quarter horse. Grand high five. As we wrap up our racing program for today, Tuesday contest, speaking of Corona, Edward Corona beating the Bot. A.I. Allen, Edward Corona winning today's Beat the Bot. Picking up that $100 top prize, playing online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Dash and Quick Corona out to the maiden ranks in the finale. Edward Corona, $100 winner in today's edition of Beat the Bot. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in online like Edward, Mr. Corona, at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. Subscribe to our YouTube channel there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing on YouTube. Smash the like button. Big race card on tap tomorrow. A couple of premier handicap races. The Hoosier Heartland and the Empire. A couple of 100 granders here at the Hippodrome tomorrow. There's the premier races on the Wednesday sked. Also race 6. Sixth race is part of the Thoroughbred card tomorrow. That will feature a 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover in the Pentafecta of just over $4,900. Race 6 for that 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover on tomorrow's card with those two premier races here with a 2:10 first post. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth today. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here we go off the Tuesday finale. And Political Eyes got bumped by She's a Bold Concept. Fast starts for Felton, J.Y. Bravo, Del M. Here comes this charge by Dash and Quick Corona, Dangerous Corona. KLT first flying over here on the stand side. It's Dash and Quick Corona, Dash and Quick Corona. And KLT first flying in photo finish. Dangerous Corona. Here we go.